Hello, 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 folks. How we doing? I hope you all are having an excellent weekend so far. Hope everything is going well. I've been having a pretty good weekend. I cleaned out my garage, so that's always a good thing. And the weather's been decent. It's not been crazy hot, so I've been able to be outside. So I feel productive. I hope you do too. I hope everybody feels productive this weekend. Hey, six. Alrighty, I did start the timer, or I started the stream a little bit late today, so we're gonna give folks a while longer to get in here. I'll switch the window over though. But yeah, we're gonna chill for a couple minutes here because I started the timer and the stream a little bit late. Oh, yada yada! Thank you for the Prime sub.
Yada
Wow,
Yada 18 just subscribed for 4 months.
thank you so much. Woo indeed. Thank you. I'm fine. I hope you're well as well. Now, I want to ask you all out there when Yada Yada just resubscribed, did you get like a little confetti like in your stream window? I'm just curious. I turned that on. I don't know if it works. Seiwan says, this should be great. I'm working on a sushi site right now, but it's full stack. Ooh, okay. Very cool. Hey, LT Swift. Good to see you. Hey, Fuel. Hey, Renitz. Engineer more. Love the cat ears. Yeah. So Lalo, last stream. If you're wondering why I'm wearing these, Lalo last stream just spent like a ton of channel points. The reward was to recommend a stream topic, but Lalo just said they wanted me to wear cat ears. So I'm like, okay, you want to spend 100,000 channel points and have me wear cat ears? I will wear cat ears for you. Hey, Creepypasta. Good to see you. Welcome from Spain. Hey, Copper Hey, Chris. Basically, you order online at Taco Bell with sushi. Okay, neat. Creepypasta says, what technologies are you going to use? We're going to keep it simple today. We've been doing a lot of projects with more advanced tools like React and Tailwind and stuff lately, but I wanted to kind of wind it back a little bit. And today we're going to just build this site in HTML, CSS, a little bit of JavaScript for some functionality, just a titch of JavaScript, and Bootstrap. That's our primary stack today. Hey, Champo. Hey, Dan. Good to see you. Copper Lily. I really hope Lalo is here today because I am wearing these for them because they redeemed the channel points. So they better show up. You do have that sort of power, Chris. Yeah. There's all sorts of channel point rewards if anybody's interested in looking at those. Ellen says, "Oh, I like loads of JavaScript." Well, Ellen, you're in luck. Most of my past streams, we do a lot with JavaScript, um, and so if anybody's interested in seeing some different projects, more technical projects, stuff with React, stuff that's full stack with MongoDB and SQL, relational, non-relational databases. If anybody wants tons of full stack inspiration, check out my YouTube archive. You can do exclamation point YouTube in chat to get a link to my YouTube channel. Just yesterday or the day before, I uploaded four new videos, four new streams from that were recent here, and my favorite thing about my YouTube channel is that it is not monetized. I do not monetize my YouTube, so it is ad free. So for those of you who don't use an ad blocker or can't use an ad blocker, or don't want to shell out $20 a month or whatever for YouTube Premium, then you're in luck because my channel is ad free. All right, catching up with chat here. 6J says, I have zero experience with Bootstrap, but I need projects for my portfolio I'm in. I think you will find that Bootstrap is fairly easy to use. It's a lot of the classes are fairly self-explanatory, and it uses CSS concepts just applied in a slightly different way. And we're going to supplement the basic Bootstrap classes with a little bit of custom CSS on top to make them look the way we want. Thank you for the follow, Willow.
Exo Willow just followed.
Sewan, you're doing. Oh, and third decade 2020. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm sorry the alert didn't work, but I see your sub. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I need like a sub button to click when my alerts don't work, so I can just like make something happen on the screen. But yes, thank you so much, third decade. I appreciate your continued support. It's because your channel is ad free. Thank you. Work with Raymond. Thank you for the follow.
Work with Raymond just followed.
Work with Raymond says, "Hi, Manuel. Thank you for doing this stream. I'm learning React, and I just finished React video 4. When I look at video 5, it's not showing the continuation of adding interactivity, the section state, components memory. Not sure if it's misplaced or you never covered it. I don't remember off the top of my head. I apologize. Maybe we skipped it accidentally. If we did, I do apologize. But we did skip over certain sections for various reasons, but I don't remember if that was one. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. First off, I'm going to go over what we're building today. Also, too, for those of you who might be new to my stream, if you are, if you have a question at any point, if you want to ask me something, or if you need clarification on something that I'm talking about, you are welcome to ask questions at any time. You're not going to interrupt me or anything like that. Just please be, respectful and kind, not only to me, but to others in chat. So there's no such thing as a stupid question. We're all helping each other. We're all being kind to each other. And so far, you guys are really great about upholding that clause. So I appreciate that. Thank you all. All right. So this basically what this is it's obviously a restaurant website, right? And it's fairly straightforward, but it does contain all the basics that you need for a functional restaurant website. So, there's a nice big landing splash page. Below that is the menu. And the cool thing about this is that it is tabbed, right? So you see the categories up top here. We've got some, special tags on certain items here in the menu. They've got prices, and if you click on the next tab, it tabs through the menu. So you can see here, the first one is a bit longer. Then we can tab through these other two. And below that, we have more of the essentials. We've got our opening hours. We've got a little bit of history. We've got a picture of the chef, and you could add more staff here if you wanted to. And then we've got a picture of the restaurant interior. You could also do something here like adding a photo carousel if you wanted to. A photo carousel is when you have a bunch of photos and somebody clicks an arrow and it sort of scrolls through them. That would be a great fit here. And then down at the bottom, we have a simple contact form, some text about catering or whatever, and a send message button. And this contact form contains several elements, including a calendar. So if, for somebody selecting a reservation, you can select not only a date, but also a time. And also too, here at the top, we have a nav bar, and this nav bar allows you to quickly go from section to section. So each one of these just scrolls through each individual section. Now, the neat thing about this is that it is fully responsive. And if you're not familiar, responsive means that it responds to changes in screen size and different types of devices. So for example, if I do this and make my screen, probably half as big as it was, everything still looks good and everything works. The font sizes respond accordingly. Boxes get smaller to fit the screen. Now, if I go all the way down to like the size of a, Pixel or an iPhone, then everything still looks good. Also, oh, too, there's this button here, especially useful on mobile, where you click it and it takes you straight down to the menu. So everything still looks good here, and everything has resized itself appropriately. So, ooh, responsive website, yeah. And a lot of this is native functionality of Bootstrap. So that's the nice thing about doing things in these more advanced styling frameworks, Bootstrap, Tailwind, all those. A lot of those have responsiveness built in as part of the framework, right? So you just tell it how you want it to respond to changes in screen size, and it's like, cool, I can do that for you. So rather than with trying to do it with vanilla CSS where you have to have a bunch of media queries, I think that that's why these tools are really valuable to use when you're trying to design responsive websites. Let me take a quick drink here. Hey, Madeline, good to see you. All right, so that's what we're going to build. Feel free to ask questions if you have them. Let's see, anything else? Oh, something I wanted to mention. Just a disclaimer, this design for this template is based on a free template that I found online. Now, this is not built the same way, and I will explain that. So the design is, I'm not a very good designer. You all know this. So I found a template with elements that I liked, and I essentially challenged myself to rebuild it in Bootstrap and CSS. The original template, is here. And I can put the link in chat if you're interested. It looks similar, but it is different in several key ways. This original template is from W3 Schools, which you're probably familiar with. The main difference is that this W3 Schools template is built on a proprietary CSS library called W3 CSS, which is not one that is widely used. And I liked the design of the template, but I did not like the fact that it was locking you into a proprietary CSS framework. You can see all the items here are like W3 button and all this W3. And so I decided to take it down, strip it completely down, start over from scratch, build the whole thing with HTML, Bootstrap, and CSS. Because Bootstrap is far more widely used and is far more useful for you to know than this weird proprietary CSS library thing they've got going on. So, full disclosure, I did. Derb10, thank you so much for the follow.
Derb10 just followed.
I did credit W3 Schools down here in the footer of the site. So full credit to them. However, this is not their code. This is mine, just mimicking the design of their template. Now, if you at any point get stuck, I'm going to encourage you all to code along with me today. So the best way to learn something is by building it yourself, right? And so I would encourage you to code along with me today, but if you get stuck or you have to leave or you come in late, I mean, if you come in late, then you're not going to hear this anyway, but you get what I mean. The GitHub repo is available on my GitHub. So I would encourage you to take a look at this. The completed code is all here. Also, too, if you want to use this template for your own clients, you may do so. Maddie, thank you so much for the follow.
Just followed.
It's yours to use. Use it for a client, modify it, make it better. I know many of you out there are brilliant designers. I am not, as I said. So I'm sure some of you are looking at this going, oh man, I wish I could add a better background there, or add a photo carousel or something like that. You are welcome to do so. Just tag me on Twitter if you remember to do so. I want to see what you build. So you can type !project in chat in order to get a direct link to this. I will put it in chat now. Or it will be automatically posted by my chatbot every 5 minutes. Alrighty, I think that takes care of all the big stuff. I'm confused what this styles CSS means, precious. Yeah, okay. I did say styles.css instead of style.css. Looking awesome. Lalo, you're here. So Lalo is the one who reason why I'm wearing this. I'm so glad you're here. I was worried you weren't going to show up. Ellen says Bootstrap, which version is used? Whatever the most current one is. I don't remember. We'll see. I'll let you all know when we get into it. Um, Ellen says, I want to order everything on the menu. Yeah, it's got some good stuff on the menu. I think my favorite thing is on the pizza menu. There's one just called Meat Town. Um, I love Meat Town is great. That's just a fantastic name. Meat Town. And it's hot. Yeah. So I'm a vegetarian too. So I mean, but yeah, that's fantastic. And pineapple o'clock is great too. That's really good stuff. Chris, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Um, Meat Town. Yes, thank you so much for the sub, Chris. Also, just thank you for being a loyal viewer here all the time. So thank you. Mine never breaks a promise. Yeah, right. Oh, and Laylo, now that you're here, um, so I have options. If you like these, I'll wear them. I also have this, which is like a full like I don't know masquerade mask. I will wear this if you would like me to, but that is your choice. Laylo gets a vote. Nobody else gets a vote. It's only Laylo. Z says, why don't we deploy it? You can deploy it if you would like to whatever platform you choose. We are going to be using, what is it called? Live, I always forget what it's called. Sorry. Is it live server? Yeah, we're gonna be using live server to just deploy a reloadable version today. Just a local version and run it in the browser. We're going to be using live server today, but if you want to, you can put it on whatever platform you would like. You want folks to learn? Okay, that's your choice. I do yada yada. If you go to my Twitch homepage, so my Twitch channel page where you're at now, click on the schedule tab. You will see my schedule there. All right, let's cook it. So I'm going to rearrange my windows here a little bit so we can see things properly. Oh, sorry, last thing too. I do have closed captions available. So closed captions are available. You need to click on the CC icon, which is actually on the right side of your screen of your viewing window. You should be able to click on the CC icon and turn on closed captions if you would like to do so. They are currently on. Alrighty. So we are going to I've opened up a fresh VS Code window here, and our file structure today is going to be very simple. We're only going to have an HTML window, a CSS window, and a JavaScript file. So, sorry, 3 files, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So we can go ahead and make those now. Index.html, styles.css, just to annoy drunk local grandma there. Styles. And what did I call my JavaScript file? Hang on. Oh, just script.js. Yeah, because it is really just a script. It's not. We're not doing a server or anything today. It's just some scripts to help with the tabbing in the menu. This right here. This is powered by some JavaScript. And oh yes, the last thing we also need is an assets folder. Oh, not new file, new folder. Assets is where we're going to store our images. So we're going to have our images just saved locally right here in the project itself because we only have 3. So we can store those in there. It's not going to be a big deal. So inside of our assets folder is where we're going to put our images, and we'll retrieve those shortly. Hey, Sean Tech, good to see you. Just a script, I know. No backend today. Alrighty. So let's start out with our HTML. Oh, and just a general note in VS Code. Some of you might know this already, but just something kind of cool I discovered in VS Code. And this may be a new feature, I don't know. But for any of you out there who are streamers or who have certain different working styles at different times, you can now configure File. In your preferences, there's now profiles. So the window I'm showing you now is in my streaming profile, which has larger fonts. It's zoomed in more, so what I'm working on is easier to see. But the file that I have on my secondary monitor, where I have my finished code, is set to my default profile, where everything is much smaller, and I can fit more in the viewing window. So just FYI, you can now do different profiles in VS Code. So I think that's pretty cool. Alrighty. Yeah, exactly, clutch. All right, so let's go ahead and set up our basic HTML5 template. In order to do that, you can type HTML and choose the default just layout that you get here. Perfect for a YouTube short. Yeah, absolutely. Those profiles are I don't know if they're new or not, honestly, but I think it's pretty cool. Okay, and we're just going to give it a title, something like I'm going to say demo for mine. Demo pizza. If I can spell, my goodness. Pizza restaurant. New to me? Yeah, right? Exactly. I think that must be a newer feature because I don't remember seeing it before. That's something I would have, investigated previously. All right, so car set's fine. Viewport, pizza restaurant. All right, now we're going to add a couple of links to a couple of different style sheets. So normally we just link to our standard CSS style sheet, right? So we just would have a link to styles.css. However, we're going to add a couple of external links. And also too, is this font big enough? Can y'all see this okay? I can make it bigger because it's not going to change on my other screen. It's just going to change on this one. So if y'all need a bigger font, I can make it bigger. ZH says, thanks for the information. Is it like using different environment and extensions for different projects? No, I don't think it's as complex as that. It's more about just appearance, like layout.
Standard robot just
Thank
followed.
you for the follow, Standard. Although also you may be able to, you can also control which extensions you have on which profile. So yeah, that was one of the options. You can choose, whether you want to import your extensions from like your default profile, which gives you everything, or you can make it completely separate. So I think yeah, it's highly customizable. A little bigger, okay. One moment, please. And also too, if you're not familiar, you can um, increase the default font size in VS Code. So you don't have to zoom in. You can also do it this way. So we'll put it up to 20. We'll see how that looks. Is that better? Just let me know. Make this window a little bigger too. Better? Cool. Okay. Awesome. Alrighty. Now, we're going to, like I said, we're going to add a couple of links to a couple of external style sheets here. So the first one we're going to do is to a Google font. Now, you can choose whichever Google font you want. I used Alumni Sans for this particular project because it has a little bit of a style, but it's still fairly readable. But that's up to you, whichever one you want to use. Google has a ton of perfectly free fonts available.
B1K4SH just followed.
Thank you, B1. I appreciate the follow. Google has a ton of free fonts available. It is up to you, whichever one you would like to use. However, you do want to remember readability. Whenever you're building a site for a client, you want to make sure. I prefer substance over style. It can be tempting, especially with restaurants. What I see a lot with restaurants is they try to get too artsy fartsy with it. And they end up making the website impossible to read and impossible to use. So remember that functionality comes first. Functionality, readability, usability, accessibility. Those things should come first. So I tend to use a more readable font over a more stylish font. Drunk says, I'm imagining the YouTube short with the cat ears and a straight face enjoying explaining profiles in VS Code. Hey, there's folks out there that make a lot of money doing that kind of thing. No shade on anybody. If it works, it works. All right. Hey, Wusa, good to see you. Now, the next thing we're going to link to is Bootstrap. So if you're not familiar with Bootstrap, it's essentially just it's kind of a step above regular CSS. It basically bundles together a lot of common styling preferences for CSS, and it makes them much easier to use and apply. So things like a button will now have certain default styling, and you can use certain keywords to add quick styles to various elements. So Bootstrap is pretty easy to get started with. They have excellent documentation. I would highly suggest checking them out. You can do that here. And you can easily incorporate Bootstrap into your project. So if you go to the docs, you can go to getting started, and you can quickly find all the links that you need. So the link that we're using here is a CDN link. And what that allows you to do is immediately apply Bootstrap to your project without having to install anything. There's nothing to install, you just link to it. So for example, you can see that's what we've done here. We've just created a style sheet link, and we've linked directly to it. And I will put this link in chat as well, although you can find it on the Bootstrap website. There you go, that's the link. And that will allow you to immediately start using Bootstrap in your project. Hey, Standard Robot, welcome to the stream. So those are all the external style sheet links that we're going to need. Now, we of course don't want to forget to, oh, and I want to put a little comment here as well, just to remind us what we're linking to. Hey, Displant. ZH says, why not Tailwind? Hey, you can convert this to Tailwind if you would like. I personally am more familiar with Bootstrap, which is why I chose to use it for this. However, Tailwind is yet another very capable styling tool that you can absolutely use. I just am more familiar with Bootstrap, and since I was already converting this from another CSS format, which was W3 CSS, I chose to use Bootstrap because I just know more about it. So I was able to do it more quickly. Also, Bootstrap, I do believe, is the most widely used framework out there. But hey, Fafin. I have used Tailwind before, though. And I'm never going to say that any one tool is better than another. That's one thing we don't say here, is that we don't call something good or the best or the worst, because there's always a use for every tool. It's just about the right tool for the job. And for me, the right tool for the job for this one was Bootstrap, because I'm more familiar with it. All right, so this is our link to our style sheet where we're going to have just a little bit of custom CSS, not a ton. So basically the anti-Twitter. Yes, this stream is, yes, Twitter is a cesspool of bad takes, or and only remember, only a Sith deals in absolutes. So as Star Wars taught us, only a Sith deals in absolutes. So don't be that person. Don't be a Sith. All right. Here we're linking to our style sheet. And so now we should have all our styling stuff set up, and we are finally ready to actually start working on the elements of our design. Now, Search says you can get sued in Europe if you link Google fonts like this. Oh, okay, yeah. So there are more strict rules in Europe as far as GDPR, which is the consumer protection laws in Europe. Over here in America, we don't protect consumers at all, so it's not a problem for us. But yes, if you are in Europe and you're designing for a client, please be sure you're abiding by all GDPR recommendations, which may involve actually downloading the font first. You will need to confirm that for yourself. I am not European. I'm also not a lawyer, so please be sure you're abiding by all rules and regulations of your native country. All right. So now let's go ahead and start designing the body of our site. And I'm going to put my window back here. So if I scroll all the way up, we're going to kind of do this section by section. The nice thing about this website is that it's very sectioned. So each, you can kind of tell there's individual sections here, mostly separated by color, and that's how we're going to be approaching this, is section by section. Now, the first thing I want to design is this up here. And what do we call this in HTML terms, or in if we were to classify this thing up here, what would we call this? Octane, thank you for the follow.
Octane path just followed.
A header, maybe. Ooh, got some different opinions. Yeah, so I guess it is. So I guess it is. It's at the top, so it could be a header, but specifically, what this is a menu for navigation, right? It's a way to navigate yourself around the site. So what this actually is what we call a nav. So the specific tab we're going to use for this is nav. And there is a tag for that. And now we're going to use a few bootstrap classes to give it some default styling. So we're going to say class, and these are going to start, these are basically built-in bootstrap classes. So we've got navbar, and I'll explain what these are in just a second. And large, fixed. Some of this stuff, as you read it, it's going to make sense. You'll be like, oh yeah, I can see what that's going to do. See, hover, off. All right, so essentially what we're doing here is we're setting up our navbar to have certain abilities and properties. Um, so we're saying, hey, this is a navbar, so it's going to have certain built-in styles. Now, navbar expand large, really this is just to set up certain behavior for the navbar. So basically making sure that like all the menu items are aligned horizontally and that sort of thing. Fixed top, make sure that our nav bar is always going to stay fixed at the top of the screen. And what I mean by that is, watch what happens when I scroll down in the finished version of the site over here. So you can see the bar up here. And as I scroll, the bar remains in place. So at any point, I can move my mouse up here and I can click on the items. Now, that's not always what you want, right? Sometimes you want your nav bar to stay, at the top of the screen. But in this case, we're specifying fixed top because we want it to kind of ride along with us and stay fixed to the top at all times, no matter where we're at on the page. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. And then this final thing, opacity hover off. There's certain behavior that this nav bar has that it wouldn't have by default. So this is going to be a custom style that we're going to declare. But first off, let's go ahead and put in our navbar items so that we can build this and we can see how it looks, and then we'll add some more custom styling and then see how that looks. Mattel, welcome. Restaurant website. You have to, what? Girls in restaurants? Good to see you, by the way. All right. So inside of this, we're going to have a div. And this div, we're going to give it a class. And that class is going to be, oh, you have to support her girls in restaurants all week. Or do you mean grills in restaurants? All right, so we're going to give this div inside of our navbar, we're going to give this div a class of container fluid. And in Bootstrap terms, this is a container is another type of default style. And a container is essentially just a box for stuff. So whenever you're looking at a website and you see that, Jokercraft, thank you for the follow.
Jokercraft just followed.
Whenever you're on a website and you see kind of text or something that's in a box, and that box will sometimes have a border, or it usually has margins that kind of put it in a box inside of the page. That's usually a container. Now we're putting a container inside of our navbar because we want to make sure that the menu items that we're adding, these things here, that they have a little bit of just default space around them, so that they don't just touch the edges of the screen. We don't necessarily want that. Thanks, you, Mattel. That's you can thank Laylo for that. Oh, Karen, thank you for the sub. Wow.
Karen_codes just subscribed.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub. The best part about that is that it didn't cost Karen anything. So that's always my favorite part. When people use their Prime sub and it doesn't cost them anything, that's what I love. All right. Search says, isn't it better for SEO to put your nav inside of header? It might be. I don't know the answer to that. Oh, RDT poll, thank you so much for the sub. Sorry the alert didn't work, but thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's lovely. All right. So while we're using a container here because it forces a little bit of space between like the edge of the screen and the edge of the nav bar, and you can see that when I hover over these menu items, you can see there's a little bit of a little space there between the item and the edges, and that's really why we're doing this. Um, and there's different types of containers that you could use. Container fluid automatically expands and contracts to fill the screen size. So fluid means just what it says on the tin. It changes its shape to meet whatever size of the window is that you're working with. Okay. Um, Now inside of this, we'll go ahead and put our menu items or our navbar items inside of a list. So UL, and inside of that, we're going to have LIs. Now, our UL, the thing that holds all of our items, is going to have the class of navbar and navbar nav. Now, this class, I honestly don't remember what it does specifically, what properties it imbues. So we're just going to take a quick search of the documentation. Navbar nav. Okay, so I think that's just the navbar. I think that's just the default class that you need for navbar items. Yeah, all right. So navbar nav, for each item, we need to give it this class. And each of our list items is going to have, inside of them, it's going to have a class of nav item. So we can, once we do this once, we can just, and also too, we're going to be doing a little bit of additional styling on some of these things too. For example, setting up the hover behavior, right? So as soon as you hover over one of these items, it changes color, and that's not default behavior. So we're going to be adding a little bit of that in our custom CSS, hence the extra classes here. Now, inside of each of our list items, we're going to turn them into hyperlinks. So inside of a nav bar, we can simply have a hyperlink, and that will take us to a certain part of the page. That's mostly how most nav bars work. So our link here, instead of it being a link to something external, it will be a link to the certain part of the page. But we're also going to give it a class of nav link. Oops, class of, oops, gosh, nav link. And then the actual hyperlink. Now, does anybody remember when I'm building a nav bar, how do I link to something that's actually like a part of the page? For example, later on, we're going to have things like our contact section and our, menu section. We're going to give them specific IDs, such as menu and contact. So if I wanted to link to one of those items here in my nav bar, how would I do that? Yeah. So we give the item an ID, and then how would I build a link to that here? Yes, as Gubrick and Renit says, you use a hashtag or a pound sign if you're old like me, and you remember when phones actually made use of the pound sign. So yeah, exactly. It would be something like hash home or hash contact or something like that. What's the funky name for these? I don't remember. Outside of pound sign, what is it? What is the name for these? They have a funky name. Octothorpe. That's it. So in case you didn't know, this is also like before it was called anything else. It was actually called an Octothorpe, which is a fantastic name, and I love it so much. All right, and then we're going to give it a little bit of style as well. This is just a little bit of some inline styling, which, I probably could have cleaned up, but it's okay. We'll live with it. So this also shows you how you can do inline styling. Um, just if you want to just directly style an element and not put it in your CSS, you can do it like this. You can give it a style attribute and put that right here. Is it a good idea? Probably not, but in this case, I just forgot to clean it up, so that's what we're going with. Now we can just copy and paste this list item 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and then we'll fill it in with what we're linking to. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Now our first link we don't need to actually put anything in here. We don't need to say home or anything like that, because if we just leave it like this with the Octothorpe only, it will automatically take us back to the top of our page. For the next one, we're going to want to link to menu. And so when we get to that section, we'll give it an ID of menu, and this will create a link, and then about, and then contact. Code baddies. Yeah, that's right. We're baddies writing bad code. It doesn't have to be perfect. Exactly. Yep. So make sure I've got my closing tags here. Nav div ulli. Awesome. I'm going to go ahead and save this. And now we're going to go ahead and go live, and we're going to turn this on, and we're going to see what it looks like. I honestly don't know. I don't know what it's going to look like, but let's give it a try. We'll see what we get, and then we'll add some styling to it. A little bit of extra styling to do stuff like the hover behavior. What you do when you get this, and what happens when you hover your mouse over these items. So let's see what we get. I have an extension in my VS Code that's called Live Server. And what this allows me to do is immediately spin up a local copy of whatever I'm working on. And as I make changes to things like the HTML and the CSS, Live Server will automatically refresh the page for me, which is pretty cool. All right, so we don't see anything yet, which is fine. We might just need to go ahead and add some more styling to this. Hey, Orestes. Oh, and yeah, that's right. I didn't put any text in. I'm a dingus. That's why there's nothing there. So we'll go ahead and put in some text. We can say home, menu, about, and contact. Yeah, so I added the links, but I didn't make any text. We'll save that. There. Now, looky. We have a menu bar. Check it out. And as I hover my mouse over these items, you can tell that they are links because my cursor changes, and that's what a user is going to expect as well. They don't link to anything yet, of course, but we'll fix that. And these are enclosed in a nav bar, but you can't see it because it's white. We're gonna add some styling to make it a different color. Karen says live preview on VS Code does the same. Yes, there's a bunch of different extensions out there that can do various stuff, to this effect, essentially. I'm using Live Server. I like quite a bit, but yeah, there's other extensions out there as well. I'm doing well, Orestes Girl. I hope you're doing well as well. Dear Lord Dark Mode. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get rid of this pretty soon. We'll change the color. Sorry if I burnt your retinas out. All right, now let's add some additional styling. All righty, we'll go back to this for now. Also, too, up here in our nav. Oh, thank you, Orestes. This was from Lalo. Lalo requested this by spending a bunch of channel points, so thank them. Now, up here in our nav bar, we're also going to give this an ID. We're just going to call it my nav bar. You can call it whatever you want. I think we'll be referencing that later. Honestly, I don't remember where, but we'll get to it. Save that. All right, I think we've got everything else in place. So now we're going to make use of some of these custom tags that we added, such as opacity hover off, and we're just going to build a little bit of CSS that's going to make that look like this. All right, so let's head over to our style.css file here. And in style.css, we can make a little section for, well, first off, we're going to add some global styles. So these global styles are going to be applied to the entire page. Now, some folks apply certain global styles, all the time. Some folks only use certain ones. We're just going to use some default ones to kind of standardize the look and feel of our site. Now, we linked to a Google font earlier, that Alumni Sans, and you may have noticed, or maybe you didn't, but when I tabbed over to my nav bar here, it wasn't using that font. The font didn't look the same as this. It looked just like a generic sans serif font. And so we want to make sure that that Google font is being applied. So we can just drop some global styles in here, body HTML, height 100%, apply styling to the body and all headers with font family Alumni Sans. And if it can't find that, then just use sans serif. So here, this font is going to be applied to everything everywhere, all at once. And if you want, you can style this in a better way. I was kind of lazy. So we can do this to make it look a little better. Font family, do that. There. All right. Now we're going to add some custom styles for our nav bar. Custom styles for nav bar. Now, first off, I want to essentially make it have this behavior of when I hover my mouse over it, I want it to go from kind of semi-opaque to solid black. So that's the first thing we're gonna set is semi-opaque to solid when you hover your mouse. Now, does anybody know how we can do that sort of thing? How we can make behavior change when you hover your mouse over something? And it doesn't have to be, opacity. It could be anything, any behavior change when you hover your mouse. How would we do that in CSS? What would we use? Yeah, exactly. We can use :hover to make the CSS change when the mouse hovers over that thing. So in this case, it's our menu bar. So we can use that custom style that we created before, which is opacity hover off. And first, we'll create a style for when the mouse is not resting on the menu bar. And then all we need to do to create behavior when the mouse is hovering on the menu bar is just add this hover suffix. So :hover. So this is essentially when it's not hovering, and this is when it is hovering. So when it's not hovering, we want to set the background color to be that kind of semi-opaque. Now, if I want something to be semi-transparent, how would I declare that color? You don't have to give me the exact color, but would I do RGB? Because that's for colors, right? What would I do instead? Yeah, exactly. It's RGBA, where the final parameter, as Orestes said, the final parameter is the opacity. And if you're not familiar, opacity means it's essentially just transparency. So how clear is it? And you set the percentage of how transparent you want that thing to be. So in our case, when the mouse is not hovering, we want it to be color 0, 0, 0, and then 0.5% opaque. So you can see here, it's kind of half see-through when we're not hovering over it. So all black and half transparent. All right, and then when we are hovering on it, we want it to be fully opaque, not transparent at all. And so we essentially can just set this last value to 100%. So we do that. And I've applied some styles. So let's see how that looks now. There we go. Much better. We're getting there, right? So now that behavior is doing what I want. Now we still need to style the menu items a little bit, but I think we're cooking now. Fuel says opacity, transparency, alpha channel. We like many different names for similar ideas. Yes. So you might wonder why this is RGBA instead of RGBO, whereas the A actually stands for alpha, which is alpha channel, which is opacity. So, one of those things. That's what the A stands for. All right, now let's go ahead and style the individual menu items because they're there. They just need to be the proper color. So in order to do that, we can make use of the navbar nav and navlink tags that we added and target specifically the boxes around the individual menu items. So for each navbar nav item that's also a nav link, we're going to give them a color of white. Actually, no, we're not styling. Sorry, we're not styling the boxes first. We're going to style the. Oh no, we are styling the boxes. Yeah, wait. Well, we'll see when. We'll see when we get there. Font. Oh yeah, that's it. This is the actual items. Sorry. Font size. Oh, don't forget your semicolons after each item. And then font size is going to be 1.2 rem. Now, does anybody remember what rem means? When I say rem, it's not like REM sleep. It's something a little bit different. So you can, of course, style things in pixels, right? You see that a lot. Pixels are very common for sizing. Root M remark. Yeah. Yeah. So, and root M is correct. Reminder, like a comment in basic. Nope. Nope. Good guess, though. Rapid eye movement. Yeah. So, REM is one of my favorite ways to make sure that my text size stays in sync with my screen size. So essentially what will or sorry, basic, a rock band. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So REM allows us to essentially make sure that text size is always dependent on whatever the root font size is. So the root font size for the entire that we're applying to the entire thing is what's going to control the font size of every single other element. So REM is essentially making sure that we're anchoring our font size to the root font size that we're using. So I can make it bigger than the root by increasing the value over 1, so 1.2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or I can make it smaller by saying 0.9, 8, 7, 6, 5, whatever. And this is much better than using something like pixels, because if you use rem or well also M is a viable option as well. Rem or M allows you to quickly change the font size for the entire site at once. So if all your fonts are styled using Rem, you can just adjust the global font size and it will subsequently affect every single other font size on the entire site. So that way you don't have to adjust every one of them individually. You can adjust all of them globally all at once. All right. So I would recommend using REM whenever you can. Sometimes you might use M, which is dependent on the parent, but Restis, so for our Restis says for our web page website to be responsive, we can use percentage, rem, and M. You can also use things like vertical height and vertical width. Those are good as well. Just anything that really is keying off of your window size. Those are valuable tools to use. You want to try to avoid like hard coding values such as pixels and widths, unless you want something to stay static all the time. And we'll see an example of that in just a minute. I'm going to show you how a static element will look versus all of these responsive elements that we're building. All right, so color white and font size 1.2. Now we're going to actually build out the that hover behavior of when you hover over a menu item and it turns white, so the colors reverse. But yeah, to answer your question, Russ, I mean, really, whenever possible, you want to use those responsive type things like percentage, rem, m, and vertical height, vertical width. All right, so Search says, the best trick to make REM more intuitive, the 62.5 trick. Oh, yeah. So I believe what you're referring to, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, you can set the global font size. I'll answer your question in just a second, Lil Barry. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you can change the global font size so that you start out with a certain size, and you can multiply rem based on that. I think it's where you put it to 10, right? So every rem is a multiplication on top of that. Am I wrong? I'm sorry. I'm going off of knowledge that I haven't accessed in a while. All right.
Sue Ibery just followed.
For the second one here, we're saying essentially nav bar nav link, text is white, font size is 1.2 rem. However, when we hover over one of those navbar links, we're going to set the background color to white and the color of the text to black. All right. And what we're doing here is we're essentially just reversing the colors, right? So by default, the color of the text is white. And then when we hover over it, we want to reverse that background color, make it white, and turn the text color to black. Yeah, as Copperly says, I think it goes from 16 pixels to 10. Yes. And so essentially what you're doing there is if you want to use rem everywhere in your site, you can set the global font size to from 16 pixels, which is the default, down to 10. And so that way, whenever you use rem, you're essentially just doing simple multiplication, right? 1.2 times 10 is 12. And so you know that your font size, when you set it to 1.2 rem, is going to be 12 pixels. So just kind of a little, it's a helpful mental adjustment that you can make. And Wilberry, by the way, welcome to this stream. They say, I'm really new to coding and I want to get into web development. Do you have any suggestions to get started? Yes, I do. There's a great free group out there called 100 Devs. I went through the program. It is completely free. You should, and anybody out there, Lilberry, anybody out there, you should not have to pay anything ever to learn to code. Say that again. You should not have to spend your hard-earned money to learn to code.
Oasis GR1 just redeemed stretch.
Um, Thank you for the stretch. There we go. Sorry, I couldn't really read your message. But yes, the 62.5 degree trick is what we just talked about. Yeah. So yes, you should never have to pay money to learn to code. You should be able to learn that for free, because when you are learning anything, you are spending your time. You are spending time to learn that thing. And time has value, and your time has value. So you should not have to pay money on top of that, on top of your time, your valuable time. You should not have to pay money on top of that to learn to code, to learn a skill. And so 100 Devs is free and built on that principle that you should not have to learn that. So all the lessons for 100 Devs are on YouTube and they are free. Also, there's an incredibly active Discord. I'd say on average, it has about 3,000 active members per day, and everybody's starting out, working together, learning together, and it will teach you to, from starting knowing nothing about web development, which is how I started out, to be able to build pretty much whatever you want. If you look at my past streams and my YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube, you can see some of the projects that I've learned to build from 100 Devs. And again, I never paid anything for that. So if you are interested in checking out 100 Devs, again, don't do a boot camp. Don't pay $10,000. I can't stress this enough. Please don't. You can learn this stuff for free. So if you're interested in 100 Devs, you can do, I'll do it for you here. We've got a command for that. Check out the website and join the Discord, and check out the Twitch channel. And also, I need to add a link to the YouTube channel as well. The YouTube channel, if you just search for Learn with Leon on YouTube, that's the channel for where all the lessons are. So please check that out. Don't pay. Please don't pay. I beg you. Learn for free. And the best thing about 100 Devs is that at the end of it, it also teaches you how to get a job. So you'll learn not only the skills, but also how to build a good LinkedIn, how to build a good resume, how to build a good GitHub. No worries, little Barry. I hope you enjoy it. Also, feel free to stick around with the stream today. We're going to be talking through a lot of the basics of web development today. Hey, Badman, welcome. Pleasure Goose, welcome to the stream. Thank you. All right. So we've set up, again, some more hover behavior here, right? So each time we hover over one of these items, we want it to do just this. We want it to essentially color reverse. So we've set this up. Now let's save it and let's see if it works. So warning, there's going to be a white screen here. All right, now look at that. Check it out. It's doing all the hover stuff now. Boop, 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 just like this. So we've got good hover behavior going. Our nav bar is clickable and excellent. All right, so that's all the custom styling that we're going to need for this nav bar, I think. I'll double check. Yes. Oh, actually, one last thing we're going to do. When this site, like I said, this site is fully responsive, right? So it works on mobile. So when I shrink this screen down, you'll notice that the nav bar completely disappears. And my rationale with that was that when I'm on my phone most of the time, and I go to a site or whatever, I'm just going to be scrolling. I'm just going to be doing this. I don't care about no menu or anything like that. I'm just I'm just scrolling, and we have a button here that even takes you down to the menu section. So, I mean, I'm just doing this. I don't care about a menu. I don't even want it to be there. It's going to be too small to click anyway, probably. So I'm going to make it disappear when my screen reaches a certain size. And that is something we can do with CSS, nothing fancy. What do we call that? When we make something change its behavior based on like the type of the device that you're using. Mui says maybe a hamburger would be useful. Yeah, that's absolutely an option. And that's something that's built into Bootstrap as well. So if you want to add it to the site, it's very easy to do. You can go to the Bootstrap documentation, look at nav bars, and they give you all the code that you need to make them have that hamburger menu. So this one here, this example here has it, and this is boilerplate code that you can copy. We're not going to do it on this site, but again, it's very easy to do, and it's also very common. Yeah. So by default, to answer my question, you all are answering. Thank you. When you make something react to a changing screen size, that's called responsive, yes. But the specific way we do it in CSS is what's called a media query. And a media query is a special property. Oh, under my wheel. Thank you for the wall.
Just followed.
A media query is a specific property that CSS has that allows you to change certain behaviors when a size threshold is reached. So rather than a gradual change, this is like a hard checkpoint. So like when we reach X number of pixels in width, screen width, we want to cause a lot of behavior changes or styling changes to happen very quickly, like immediately. Change a bunch of behavior at once. And so that's a media query. So if we want to hide the nav bar on small screens, we're going to want to do a media query. And how we do that is with media. I believe there's also like defaults as well, but we're gonna hard code this one. And you can set a specific pixel value, or you can there's some built-in sizes that you can use as well. And so when our screen width is 992 pixels or less, we want to completely hide the nav bar. And so we gave our nav bar an ID earlier. We gave it a name. And so my nav bar is going to have the additional behavior of display none. And what this means is just when we reach 992 pixels, it's going to say, oh, for the nav bar, just hide it. Don't display it at all. All right. Engineer says, for some reason, I'm not getting the black background to show up. Not sure what I missed. You probably missed a class on your HTML. So we'll go back to that. It is time for us to take a break. But this is all the styling that we're going to use for our nav bar, and a lot of the other elements aren't going to have this much custom styling. A lot of this is just related to the hovering and that kind of thing. A lot of the other elements aren't going to have this much context, this much extra styling. But we'll go back to the HTML. You can take a look at that. You probably just missed, let's see, for example, you might have missed, did you make sure you put the hover in? Make sure that your nav bar has this nav bar nav and nav link styling. So just double check those. That's probably what you missed. You can definitely check out the code on GitHub, !GitHub, or !project for a specific link to the code that we're using today. But yeah, check that out. All right. So let's go ahead and take a break. And we're going to take 5 minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to work on our header here with our big splash image, our button here that navigates you down to the next section, and this funky little like tag thing that kind of sticks out the side of our header image. This is going to help us practice some alignment. It's going to help us practice using some background images, creating a custom button, and creating a tag that's aligned differently than the rest of the elements in the section. All right. So I'm going to get the timer going here. I'll leave the HTML up on the screen if anybody's still catching up. And for those of you who are new, we do try to take 5-minute breaks at the top of every hour. So I'll zoom in on this, make it bigger. That way you can see how much time we've got left. I'll turn off the beeper. And I will see you all back here in 5 minutes, and we'll continue with the rest of the site. Feel free to ask questions during the break if you think of anything, and I'll answer them when we get back. All right, see you back here soon. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so get ready to come on back. I just realized I left my water on the other side of the room, so I'm going to go over and get that. Engineer says, I spelled hover as Hoover in my class name. Uh, the universe is telling you that you need to clean your floors. Megalight says, I misspelled class name links instead of link. Yeah, spelling errors are the most common mistakes to make.
Cloud7 Blue just followed.
Thank you, Cloud7. I appreciate the follow. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer and we'll get back to it. Turn my webcam back on. There we go. We're back. Hooray. Okay. So before the break, we finished with our nav bar. We made it not only responsive to media to screen size, but also we set up the links and we made the behavior change based on where the mouse is. So is it hovering on the menu bar? Is it not? What happens when you hover over a menu item? All right, so next thing we're going to do is we're going to set up our header, which is this big part here with the, kind of, I don't know, splash text here in the middle. I'll make this a little bigger so you can see. So the splash text in the middle, a button that takes you down to the menu section below. So boop, just like that. And a little tag that says open hours and a phone number. I don't know, when I go to a restaurant website, like those are the things I want to see. I want to know when they're open, what their phone number is, and how do I see their menu. And so the three most important things should be immediately available as soon as you visit the website. There's nothing that peeves me off more than when I go to a restaurant website and I can't even find their menu. So very important. I don't know if that bothers anybody else, but it personally bothers me. So today we're resolving that issue one restaurant template at a time. All right, so let's set this up. Also, too, I kind of intended this text here, like you're going to replace it with a logo of some kind. I didn't come up with a logo, but yeah, you're going to want to replace this with the logo of the restaurant you're working with. Yes, it's annoying when they try to get too fancy. Absolutely. All right. So, and also, obviously, we have this big splash image here, right? We have this big splash image at the top. And the thing you may not have noticed about this, hey, Mahar, good to see you. The thing you may not have noticed about this image is that it resizes itself based on the screen size. We know that. But it also resizes itself vertically. So, as I make my screen smaller vertically, like this, I make it more square, my image doesn't extend beyond the bottom of the screen. You can see that when I scroll. So if I make it taller, the image is still just resting on the bottom of the screen, which is really important when you get into something like a mobile format, right? You want, mobile screens are very long and skinny vertically. And so as soon as I start scrolling, I want to get away from this image and I want to start going down into the next section. So this is also very good behavior to have on your site when you're thinking for mobile formats. So it behaves the same on a giant desktop screen as it does on a small, narrow mobile screen. All right, so we'll learn how to do that. Just some good kind of first principles for site design, responsive site design. All right, I'm going to shrink this window down a little bit more. And make sure that you go down below your nav bar because we're going to start a new section here. Getting back to my notes here. All right, so this next section is going to be our header. Oops. Header with image. And there's not going to be too much in here. It's a fairly short section, but it's a pretty important one. So we are going to use a header tag here. We're going to use a header tag here. And inside of this header, excuse me, we're going to have a div and another div And well, actually, we're going to have, let's see, we can count them 1, 2, 3 divs. And we're going to put something different in each one of these. But first, let's style our outside header tag. And these, if you're not familiar with CSS and like how styling actually works, um, generally any style or class that you apply to a parent tag. So in this case, the header is the parent of our divs. It encloses those divs, right? Any style that you apply to the parent is going to kind of trickle down to the children, unless you override that with an additional style inside the tag itself. I got no style. Yeah. And so there's a lot of different ways to control that, but that's just something to think about. Sometimes you'll see while we're working on this, sometimes you'll see me applying things like font size to the parent tag. So that way I don't have to do it again for every single child tag. If I apply it to the parent, it just trickles down. Frankly says, don't make me think, a famous book about web design by Steve Krug. Oh, okay. I haven't read that. I got no style and I lack class. I got no style either. All right, so our class here for our header is, we can give it another bootstrap class, or a few more bootstrap classes. So we're going to say background image. Now, background image is a class we're going to define. This is where we're going to set our actual background image. But dflex is where we're going to start using something called flexbox. And flexbox is just a way to set up a quick and easy layout for the design elements or the HTML elements on your screen. So there's different ways of doing that. There's Flexbox, there's Grid, there's Floats, but Flexbox is by far the most common, and this is just the Bootstrap abbreviation for that. If you want to learn more about Flexbox, there's some really great resources out there, but it's a sort of a basic principle of web design and layout. So we're going to say deflex, and we're going to set flex column, because we are stacking element in this section here. We're stacking elements vertically, right? We've got our really good pizza sort of, I don't know, logo here at the top. Directly below it, we've got our menu, and then at the bottom below those things, we've got our little tag down here in the corner. So we're going to be aligning stuff vertically using flex column. And how we're going to do that is by justify content between. And I'll demonstrate how this works, or what this is doing, once we get our elements kind of built up here a little bit more. I'll turn some stuff on and off, and you'll get to see how it works. I think I spelled justify right. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. So now we've kind of set our parent styling elements here. And this flex stuff is essentially going to control the behavior or the position of any of the child elements inside of the header. So this first div, we're going to leave blank. We're not going to do anything with it. And that's not a mistake. I'll show you what that does in a little bit. Frankly says, since don't make me think, helps understand the principles of intuitive navigation and information design. Oh, nice. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Maybe it'll make me better at design. I'm not very good at it. All right. So now for our second div, remember we're leaving the first div alone. You didn't miss something. We're just leaving that alone. Our second div, we're going to make sure it's also using Flexbox. And again, flex column and text center. What this is going to do is it's going to sort of put this div inside of one of our flex columns, align things vertically, and center text inside of our vertical column. So inside of this div, we're going to put a span. And this is where our text is actually going to live. I'm giving this span a class of display1. Now, a nice thing about Bootstrap is that it sort of has like built-in font sizes that you can use. And display1 is kind of like a splash header. You can do display 1, display 2, display 3. I think it goes all the way to 5. And it's kind of like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5. It gives the text certain attributes, a certain look, and a certain size. So if you want to think about it like H1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basic HTML tags, you can do that. And so we're going to give this a class of display 1, make it nice and big. And we're just going to say really good pizza. And actually, I want really to be on one line, and I want good pizza to be on the next line. So I can force a break in here by just adding a little break tag. There's differing opinions on whether that's okay to do or not if you want to force a line break, but I'm doing it anyway. Screw the system, right? And so what this is going to do is going to put really on one line and good pizza on the next line. Nerd fights, yeah. Junko Kugama says, use Tailwind Flex Call from your past streams. Oh, that's nice. Awesome. Frankly says, it was recommended by my uni as I learned some web design. Okay, yeah, I'll check out that book. All right, I'm going to save this. And if we pop over to our working version here, the version that's still running in this other tab, we can see that things still aren't quite aligned the way they should be, but we're getting there, right? We've got our text. Right now it's behind our nav bar, which is not quite what we want, but things are going to straighten themselves out as soon as we add the background image. We're going to add the background image with a little bit of styling, and you'll see that things will just pop into place as soon as we do that. So we're laying the groundwork for it right now. And then as soon as we get in the rest of the styling, it's just going to work. All right, and I'm also going to add the little tag that's down in the corner. Embrace your inner Tina. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. My AutoMod flagged the word twerk, which I think is pretty funny. It didn't like that word. All right, let's see where I was at. All right, so I did that, and then, oh, sorry, the next thing we're actually going to build is the little button that says, let me see the menu. And so for that, we're going to kind of do a similar thing to we did on the nav bar. We're just going to build an anchor tag, which is going to create a link, and we're gonna style it like a button. So instead of just using a button tag, what we're going to do instead is we're going to build an anchor tag and give it custom styles using Bootstrap to turn it into a button and a link at the same time. So rather than just being a button, it's going to be a link that looks like a button. All right, and we want that to link to the menu section of our site. And we're going to give it a class of button. So what that's going to do is Bootstrap is going to then style this like a button. And I want this to be larger than a normal button, so it's going to be button large. And it's going to be dark colored, so it's going to be button dark. And it's going to have some behavior on hover. So we're going to say hover button, or you could call it button hover if you wanted. And I want it to have slightly larger font size. So again, instead of setting a font size at pixels or whatever, we can use Bootstrap to set font sizes at certain intervals. So here I'm going to use font size 2. And actually, think about this. Well, we'll save this. And I'm going to say, let me see the menu. Save that. All right, there we go. And move this over. It's kind of hard to see. Now we have a button. So, and it almost looks the way we want it to. It's pretty close. Now watch what happens when I remove that font size 2. So I'm going to remove that FS2 class. We'll save that. Now it shrinks down. So you can think of FS kind of like the other things we've talked about, like display 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like H1, H2, H3, H4, H5. It's just a way to control font size in set intervals. So I could also make it even bigger. So this is font size 2. This is font size 3. Oh, sorry, I make it smaller. My bad. Yeah, font size 4.
40scones21 just followed.
Oh, Juan, thank you so much for the follow. So just like with H1, 2, 3, 4, the larger number that you get, the smaller it appears. Font size 1 makes it very large. So you can, tweak this a little bit and see what size you want this to be. I'm going to put it at font size 2. Oops. I'm going to put it at font size 2. And I think that looks pretty good. All right, now the last thing we're going to add here is our little tag that's down in the bottom left corner. So as a reminder, it's this thing down here. It's kind of just peeking in from the side. It has a different alignment than all the other things above it, right? So we got to somehow figure out how to shove this thing all the way over to the left. Not only all the way over to the left, but actually touching the left side of the screen. And I know that one of the hardest things for folks is alignment, and it is for me too, figuring out how to align things properly on the screen. Take me to Meat Town. Yeah, exactly. And as a reference, that's in reference to one of the menu items here, which I love with all of my heart, which is Meat Town. Anyway, um, so how do we do this? How do we force this thing to just shove itself all the way against the left side of the screen? Let's figure that out. So I'm going to go to my last div here, and I'm going to give it a class. Again, we're going to use this container fluid to essentially enclose the text inside of it and make it and force it to have some margins, because I want to have a box around this text. Essentially, I want to have text in a box, right? It's not a button. It doesn't need to do anything. It just needs to be there. So I'm going to create a box, and I want it to have some padding on the inside so the text isn't, against the side of the box. And the quickest and easiest way to do that is with a container. So I'm just going to say container fluid, so it responds to the screen size. Container fluid, and I'm going to give it a black background, BG black. We're going to say text white, PY5. This is a bootstrap abbreviation. And basically what it means is just padding on the y-axis of 5. And we could try taking this off. This is one of those things I don't know if we actually need it. I didn't test this to see if we could take it off, so but we'll try taking it off, putting it back on, see what happens. But this is just padding on the y-axis. And so if you're familiar with axes, like in math, you know that y is vertical, right? So vertical padding, and x is horizontal padding. Okay, so that's all that means. Padding, vertical, 5. All right, and then last thing is just we're setting our font size here. We're going to say display 4. You could also use FS, whatever you like. But this adds also a little bit of a default look to the text. All right, and I'm going to copy the interior text from the finished version. And inside of this div, we're going to add an additional span. Sorry, because the outer div is for our container. It's for the thing that's holding the text. And and I did that wrong. Sorry, I copied the wrong thing. My bad. I copied the wrong text from the wrong element. So let's do that again. Sorry. All right, class again. I looked at the wrong thing. BG dark. Whoopsie. All right, BG dark. Text white. Let's see if I get it right this time. P3, padding of 3, and H2. Okay, that's all we need for this. Sorry. Actually, you know what? I did it wrong again. My goodness. This is for the span. This class is for the span. All right, copy that down to the span, and then in the div, I promise I'll get it right on the third try. Octothorpe engagement. That's right. I was just checking to see if you're paying attention. Okay, so this goes to the span. We'll talk about what that is in a second. And now, how do we get this box, this div container, how do we get this to sit over on the left side of the screen. So once again, we're using Flexbox, and all we need to do is say justify content start. I'll copy the interior text. So let's talk about what we did here again, because I know there was a lot of back and forth there. So the outer div, the box, we're using Flexbox, and all we need to do to justify it or to align it against the left side of the image is literally just justify content start. Because since we're using Flexbox, it's essentially putting everything on a grid, on an invisible grid. And if we say justify content start, it's going to shove it against the left side of that box. Now you can say justify content center. So like these items here in this div are technically centered. And if you were put something like a logo in here in this div, here, if you replace this with a logo, you would want to change this from text center to justify content center to make those items be in the center. So just FYI, if you decide to put a logo here, just change this to justify content center, and it should shove everything in the center. And we can shove this box to the left using justify content start. We'll save that. And now if we look, yeah, things are shaping up, right? We've got our little taggy thing. It's shoved up against the left side of the screen, and this stuff is still centered. Now, things are still not arranged the way we want them to be, but like I said, that'll get fixed as soon as we add our image to the background. So let's go ahead and do that. Into my assets folder, I'm going to copy my splash image. You can get this from the GitHub. It's just the pizza. So you can grab this specific image from GitHub if you want to, or you can go find your own image. And real quick, I want to talk about how you can do that. So if you're designing a website for a client and they don't give you any images, or if you're building templates for your portfolio, don't pay for images. Don't pay for anything. Don't pay for stuff like that. Just go to Unsplash, which is a massive repository of high quality free images. So if I just search pizza, this is essentially what I did. I just searched for pizza. They give you a ton of beautiful images, and all you need to do to get them, and this is legal, by the way, these people, these photographers, upload their images to Unsplash. These are provided by the photographers. You can donate to the photographers if you want to, so to thank them for their work. But yeah, all you need to do is just, you can click on the image, and that's not a very good one. Oh no, it is. It's good. It just took a minute to load. Click on the image, click download, and it downloads it onto your machine. You can give the photographer a shout out on social media if you want to. You can check them out on social media. You can give them a shout out on your site. You can give them a tag. In various ways. You can go to their Patreon. You can donate some money to them. So it does support. You can support the photographers, but these images are truly free. So just FYI, this is a great place to find free media for your sites, for your portfolio, for your templates. And again, that is unsplash.com. I'll put that in chat. There you go. That's where you get this stuff. That's where I get most of the stock images for the stuff that I do when I use them, when I use images at all. All right. So we've got our image, our pizza image for our splash. And now we can pull that into our styling. So I think we've got all the HTML that we need. Now let's style this to actually get this image into the background of our header. So in style.css, we're going to add just a couple little custom styles for our header. Only two things. Two sets of styles, I should say. Custom styles for header. And one of them is going to be for our BG image, or our background image. And here we set the actual image that we are using. That's very easy to do. You can just say background image and use the tag URL. Now, this is confusing to a lot of people. It confused me too when I was first learning how to use CSS. You're like, wait, it's asking for a URL. So how do I have this image is not from a URL, right? It's in my assets folder. It's right here. So how do I access it if I don't have a URL to get to it? Well, that's very easy to do. That URL tag is a little bit misleading because it also allows you to just navigate to stuff. So I can just say assets and then pizza. So we'll save that. And probably the most important thing I need to do next is figure out how this image is going to fit on the screen. That's another common thing that, another common issue with people just sort of figuring out how to do web development is that they have a lot of trouble positioning images and how those images fit and behave on the screen. So another really important property is background size. Background size, we're going to choose cover. And there's a lot of different options here, but what cover is going to do, it's going to always make sure that the image covers the available space. So whatever size that space is, it's going to make sure there's no gaps, no white space, nothing like that. It's going to make sure the image is covering the available area that it has. And also, we need to set the background position. Background position is going to be center. And what this is going to do is it's going to make sure that the image stays in the center of that header. It's not going to, shift over to the side or, show you like the lower, if the image is very large and your screen is very small, it's not going to show you like the lower left, sliver of the image. That always sucks. Hey, Quirky Yak, good to see you. So background position center. And now we're going to figure out how big the image is going to be. So min height. We're going to make sure, like I mentioned before, right? Remember that the cool thing about this header is that it's always only as tall as your screen. So if I'm on a big old, I have a pretty big monitor here, right? Pretty big monitor like this. If I'm scrolled all the way to the top, this image stops at the bottom of my screen, right? But if I'm on a little teeny tiny phone like this is approximately mobile size, the image still stops at the bottom of my screen. Yeah. So my question is, how do we do that? How do we make sure that the image is only ever as tall as our screen? What's the way we do that? Yeah, Gubrick says 100 VH. Now, what is VH? What does VH mean? What does 100 VH mean? Yeah, it's viewport height. Viewport height, absolutely. And we'll talk about what that is. And the 100 part of that refers to a percentage. So 100 VH essentially means that however big the viewing window is, and by that they mean the viewable part of the screen. So in this case, my screen, my monitor is very large, but I have made the viewable part of the window, the actual viewable part, a certain size. And so the image should never be taller than the viewable part of the site, which is this right here. Same with your on a phone screen, should never be any larger than that, or taller than that, sorry. You can do something similar with viewport width if you want to essentially set the same limitations on the width of your image or of your div or section or whatever. So this is always going to make sure that that never extends beyond the viewable portion. This is making me hungry. Yeah, and you can control that by also decreasing or increasing this percentage, right? Maybe you only want something to be half the screen. Depending on what you're doing, you might want something to be, maybe you want like two sections side by side on your screen, right? There's a lot of different ways you could do that, but one of the ways you could is by making something 50 VW, which is, half of the viewable width, right? So VH and VW, or sorry, VH and VW are extremely valuable tools. And then also, increasing and decreasing this percentage. Yeah, so let's do this. We can, let's see how this looks first. Oh, and the last thing, just before we navigate away from this, last thing I want to do is just add a little bit of styling to my button to make it bigger. Min width 250 pixels. Oops, min width 250 pixels. And what I'm doing here is I'm making sure that my button never gets too small. So it's always going to be at least 250 pixels. So that means even on mobile, it's always going to be clickable, right? You don't want your buttons to be super tiny on mobile. So we're just making sure that this never gets any smaller than 250 pixels by setting a minimum width. You can do something similar by setting a maximum width, right? If I never wanted to get like, an image or text or whatever, if I never wanted it to get too big, I could set a maximum. And so for that, I'm using pixels. Notice the difference. This is using a relative value, right? This is always relative to the height of the screen. But for this, I'm using pixels, which is essentially hard coded. Why am I doing that? What's the difference? Why did I do that? Why did I hard code this value? Why did I set this to pixels? Kubrick says for all devices. Yeah. Karen says, don't want the button to shrink for smaller screens. Yeah, essentially, is we want this to be like a hard stop, right? So, kind of like we did for the media query up above, we want there to be a hard cutoff, no matter what device I'm using, no matter, we want this to be just completely irrespective of whatever device I'm on. And so, the best way to do that is by hard coding. Now, if we want something to be responsive, we want to use relative values like this. But for, you know, hard limits like minimum width, maximum width, media queries, we want to use hard coded values so that we have like a universal anchor for what size we want something to be. And so that's the difference. That's when you'll see, pixels being used is often when you have min or max values like this. All right, now let's look at what we've got. Hey, check it out. So this is the version we're currently working with. Look at that. Doesn't that look better? Doesn't that look good? Oh yeah, there's even newer units, DVH. Yeah, I don't know that I haven't really messed with that too much, so I can't speak to it. But yeah, CSS is always coming out with newer like responsive units, which is cool. Engineer says, for some reason, my font style is not applying to my nav bar, but to everything else. You might be missing something in your style sheet, probably. Make sure that you've got your global styles set appropriately. Now, let's see. Engineer suggested, what if we set this to 90 VH? What will that look like? So let's do that. 90 VH. Save. Yeah. And so when you do that, you can see that the image is now only occupying 90% of the vertical space. And same thing if I were to set it to something like 50. And the really cool thing that you might notice is that when I do that, all the elements inside the image space themselves out accordingly. So however large we make this space, the elements inside of it arrange themselves correctly, right? Nothing is too squished. Everything still has appropriate white space. Nothing is falling off the end of the image. Everything is just responding to the size that we're providing here. So I'll put this back to 100. And again, everything resets. And you might say, well, why is that happening? How is everything able to arrange itself so perfectly inside of the space that we've given it? And that's because of this right here, justify content. So what this justify does, and we'll take this off. I'll take this off and you can see, I'll show rather than tell here. Take that off. There. And as soon as I do that, everything just shoves itself up against the top of the screen again, right? Everything just shoves itself off up at the top of the screen. So I'll undo that, save it again. What justify is doing is it's saying, okay, I have this amount of vertical space and I have 3 elements inside of that space. I have 3 divs. One of them is empty, but that doesn't matter. It's an element. Um, 3 elements inside of this vertical space, div, div, and div. So it's going to divide that available space into 3 equal parts. And it's going to space that content evenly in that space that it has. So divide it in 3. This is empty up here. This contains the, our text and our menu button. And this bottom section contains our tag. Okay? So I think that's pretty neat, personally. And also what it's doing here is it's basically like it's shoving the elements as far apart as it can within that space. So it shoves the tag all the way down to the bottom. It shoves this part kind of as far down the middle as it can, and the empty div is just empty, taking up whatever space it can. Okay, so it's kind of neat how one single element can really change the look and feel of a section. I think there was something else I wanted to touch on. Oh yeah, the other thing was just justify content start. So we'll take off this justify tag and we'll see what that does. Oh, and I guess maybe I didn't need that. Okay, well I didn't need it. Cool. And so the reason why that's working is literally because I don't have any kind of centering on here, so it just assumes that it should be on the left. So we'll do this. If I put center on here, oh, still didn't work. Okay, maybe I have a justify somewhere else. I forget, honestly. But I didn't need that, so we'll take it off. I love it when I discover things I don't need. That's great. So yeah, that's going to sit on the left just fine, and we'll just make sure that that's going to behave itself. Yeah, it's going to behave itself, and you can see also how our text is resizing itself based on screen size as well. So the text in the tag is resizing itself. The text in the header is, but our button is not, which is expected because we gave it a minimum width. Perfect. Yeah, so behavior is all good so far. Any questions on this before we go to the next section? Because the next section is our menu, the one with all the tabs. So if you don't remember, it looks like this. Essentially, it's a menu with stuff in it, like, actual like restaurant stuff. And you can not only hover over the tabs, but click them and change the pages of the menu. So that's what we're going to do next. And that is actually going to involve using JavaScript to control the behavior of this, to make it flip the pages, which I think is kind of neat. Oh, and there was a question I missed earlier too. I apologize. Frankly said, some fancy sites keep the background image fixed and the text scrolls. Any tips on doing that? Well, we're doing that already, right here. The nav bar. See how the nav bar stays fixed? Boop, doot, doot. And that's actually using a property that Bootstrap has built in, which is fixed top. So we just gave our nav bar the property of fixed top, and that attached it to the top of the screen while we're scrolling. So I imagine you could do something very similar with just any image. Just give it that fixed property, decide where you want it to be. I imagine there's probably fixed top, fixed center, fixed bottom, and you could have something stay in the center of the screen. I don't know why you'd want to, but if you've got a pop up or something, you could have that be fixed in the center of the screen, or something like a footer fixed at the bottom. Yeah. Little Robot says, long time since I've eaten ravioli. Yeah. Like really good, like homemade ravioli is so good. Like proper ravioli. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do next. So we're going to go out of our header here. Let me get back to the next section here in my notes. Yeah, make sure you get out of the header because we're done with that. We're moving on to the actual like body of the site now. So this will be our menu container. And inside of here, we're going to have a couple divs. This is going to kind of be the outside, the menu header, and then the actual like box that the menu lives in. And inside of our second div here, we're going to have our h1 for our header. And I'll fill these in a minute. I'm just kind of plotting out the elements right now. And then another div there. So we're going to have some nested divs, and we'll go through what each of these are doing. All right, so what our first div is this whole space, the background, this black background, this whole section of the page is a div that fills up the entire screen and contains all the child elements inside of it. All right. So this first div is going to have some properties that make it fill up the entire screen. So like we were talking about before, we're going to use container fluid. Class equals container fluid. And what container fluid is going to do in this context is it's going to make sure that that container always fills up the entire width of the screen. So no matter how wide our screen is, it's always going to fill the whole thing, expand and contract. It's going to have a black background. It's going to have white text. Really, that's primarily for the header, but again, it's going to have some padding, vertical padding of 5, which is going to make sure that anything inside of here is separated a little bit from the section above and below it. So you can see that padding right here. So at the bottom of our menu, we've got just a little bit padding. And at the top, same deal. We got a little bit of padding. It's going to be, complemented by the padding around our menu element. But if I highlight that, you can see that there's additional padding on top of this header here. So little padding on the header, but then some additional padding there. That's that PY, vertical padding. And then display 4 for the default font size, not 1, I want 4. Because I want the menu to have nice big fonts. I'm thinking about when you're like checking out a restaurant on your phone, and you want to show your friend like what's on the menu. I feel like you always gotta, like, if I'm showing somebody a menu on my phone, like I gotta zoom in, and then it starts to look really weird. And so I want to make these nice big fonts so that you could show somebody this on your phone and have them be able to read everything without you having to kind of fiddle with it. So nice big fonts throughout. Again, that's a personal preference. All right. I think that's all we need for this outer div. Oh, last thing we need to do is give it a name. ID is going to be menu. Ooh, thank you, Savvy Tech. Thank you for the follow.
Savvy Tech 23 just followed.
Does anybody remember why I'm giving this whole outer container? So once again, this is referring to this whole black section, like the big, this whole section of the site. Why am I giving this an ID? Why would we do that? Why did I give this an ID? Of menu. Yeah, exactly. This is for the navbar link. Right. Yep. Because what this is going to do is allow our navbar link, you click that, and it navigates you to this section of the site. So if I go home, I go menu, and it navigates me to that part of the site. Exactly. That's correct. All right. Now for my next div here, I'm going to give it a class of container. And this one is not going to be fluid. So there's a difference here. Container fluid versus container. Container fluid is always going to flex itself to, fully fill the width of the screen. I don't want to do that with this. I just want it to, I want it to have margins. I want it to fit inside of this. I want it to have default, space between the edge of the window and the thing that's in it. So I wanted to have some default margins around the outside. That's why we're using container here. And that's the only class we need there. Now my H1 is going to be our header for the menu. And I'm going to give it a class of text center. to center the text, display to have it be a nice big display size, and MB-5 for a little bit of a margin on the bottom. So margin bottom 5, you can see that here. I'm going to make sure it sits nicely in the space. We've got essentially we've got a margin top for the container, and then margin bottom for our menu item, and that equals, and that turns into an equal margin on the top and bottom. So it makes it sit nicely in the middle. All right, now this next div is going to be the box that holds these top tabs here and everything below it. So you can think of that box as, if I were to just do this, just going to snip this real quick. So, oh, come on. So this div that we're going to work on now contains all of this stuff. So the tabs plus the stuff below it. Behold my beautiful drawing skills. Aren't they magnificent? So it holds everything. And then inside of that, we're going to have another div, which is just going to be like for the body, which is this part. But it's essentially going to be two nested divs. The first one contains everything, including the top tabs. This next one, the next one we're going to do is going to, the one we're going to do after that contains just the body of the menu. Okay? So I'm open for commissions if you want me to draw something for you.
I hate Blumate 72233 just follow.
I'm open for commissions if you want. All I see are components. Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
I hate Blumate 72233 just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you. All right.
I hate Blumate 72233 just redeemed hydrate.
That's weird. I read the same redemption twice.
I hate Blumate 72233 just redeemed. You forgot the comments again.
Okay, I'm not going to comment on that. Actually, I don't think, I also don't agree with your username, so sorry. I don't need that here. There we go. Okay, taken care of. All right, so, all right, so first is the outer div. And this one is going to contain, like I said, it's going to contain our tags and some styling for the body below it. So in those tabs, this is the first time where we're actually going to see some JavaScript. So if you recall, for the behavior of this, we need to be able to tab through items and hide other items. So for each item that I tab through here, we essentially want to have all the items present all the time. So every single menu item on every single page is going to be present all the time, but we're going to be showing and hiding them to give the illusion that we're actually turning pages. So if we were using React or something like this, we would be essentially dynamically populating those menu items. We would be generating these on the fly, generating each menu item every time somebody clicks something. But you can do the same thing with plain old HTML, CSS, JavaScript. All you're doing is being fancy with showing and hiding these elements as the user clicks around. But in order to do that, we do need to add a little bit of JavaScript. All right. So for this outer div here, we're going to say class text center, display size is going to be 2, and margin bottom again is going to be 5. And what this is going to do is it's just going to put this text a little bit above this bottom border, just so it floats a little bit. All right, now let's see. I want to do this. Text center. Oh, and sorry, this is actually the wrong, I put the wrong class on there again. Jeepers. All right, border and border dark. Okay, this is the right one. All right, now this div is essentially doing what it says in the tin. It's saying center the text. So the text on each of our tabs is going to be centered. Put a border around the menu box. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know. Can you guys see that? Well, if I zoom in, it doesn't really help. But there's a slight like 1 pixel border around this entire outer box. And what that's doing is it's essentially just differentiating the clickable tabs from the background because they're both black. All right. So border dark, and then div class is going to be flexbox. And here we're going to start styling the tabs themselves. And we're going to use flexbox here to essentially create 3 evenly spaced elements, which are going to kind of just space themselves out exactly the way we need them to be. So that's why we're using flexbox here. Now, each of these tabs are going to be, well, okay, I'll ask you guys. Each of these tabs are going to, you can see how my cursor behaves when I hover over them. So what do you think these are? What do you think these are? Buttons, maybe. Hover cursor pointer, anchors. Good guesses. Yeah, good guesses. Well, what they actually are is, yeah, they're anchor tags. They're links. They're A tags. And what's kind of neat is that we're essentially going to be triggering an event to occur, a JavaScript event to occur, when we click these sort of, I guess, fake links. So what we're going to do is we're going to essentially set an on-click event. So when this link, quotes, is clicked, we're going to trigger a JavaScript function. And that function is going to be called open menu.
Edward Tabin just followed.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Edward. Open menu. And we're going to be passing in an event, and we're going to be passing in the name of the tab that was clicked on. So for the first tab, it's going to be event and pizza. Now, in this case of what we're doing here, what is the event? Event is a very generic term. It can mean a lot of things. Essentially, it just means an interaction between the user and the application. So in this case, what is the event? Totally forgot about Smurfs. Yeah. Blast from the past, baby. In this case, what is the event? And oftentimes you'll also see events abbreviated as E. My way, thank you for the follow.
We just followed.
Yeah, it's the click, right? That's all that is. You'll often see that it's abbreviated as E or EV or whatever. I don't think EV is very common, but you'll see it either as event or just E. And they both mean the same thing and they work the same way. So event is the click. Yeah. And there's a lot of data other than just click. There's a lot of data that's included in that. And we'll see a little bit more about that later on. But essentially, this is a giant object. This event is a giant object that captures a lot of data automatically about the user interaction, whether it's a click or a scroll or a hover. You can capture all that data and do stuff with it, which is pretty cool. And it's just there. It exists. You don't have to do anything. It's captured automatically, which is pretty neat. And so open menu. Let's see, on click event pizza, and we need to put a little semicolon there. And so essentially what this is doing is it's going to be applying some styles, which is why I've enclosed it in quotes. You might be like, why did you enclose that in quotes and put a semicolon there? Because the result of this is going to be applying some inline styling to either show or hide the thing we've clicked on. Force of habit, capitalizing click. C on click. Yeah, right? Because that's React, right? That's how React does it. Bad network. Okay, I'm sorry you're having problems with your connection. Things are good on my end. Do let me know if like my if I'm stuttering here or anything like that. If my stream is stuttering, because I just got a new Ethernet cable, or sorry, a Cat 6 cable for my machine. So if my new cable isn't behaving, please let me know. Coming through fine. Okay, good. Because yeah, I have gigabit internet at my place, so it should be pretty good. All right, and six cats show cam. No, just a cable. Oh, and inside of this tag also, sorry, inside of this tag also, we are going to have some default styles that don't rely on JavaScript. So those are going to be call for tab link p3
Omega just followed.
hover red. And what these classes are going to do is essentially this is just spacing things out accordingly with Flexbox. And we're also going to add stretch. Oh,
Omega just redeemed
thank you
stretch.
for that. Yeah, I tend to hunch over a lot when I'm streaming. Um, so tab link is going to be a custom style that's going to control the behavior of this tab and how it looks. P3 is just some padding, and hover red is going to make this behavior. So you can see when I hover over it, it kind of turns like a semi-opaque red, semi-transparent red, and that's what that's going to be for. She really needs that stretching. Yeah, when I do this, my neck cracks. That's probably not a good thing. So this is that anchor tag, and then the clickable part of that anchor tag is just going to be the text pizza. So fortunately, we don't have to type this out every single time. We can copy these anchor tags, and we're going to take a break here in just a minute. I just want to finish with this tab part. So we can copy this 3 times and just change from pizza to pasta, pasta, and starter. And you could add more. Like if your menu that you're working on for your client, if it has more things, like more categories, you can just add more, and that'll work just fine. You'll need to add more to the JavaScript too, but again, it's you'll just format it the same way and just add more tabs. All right, so that's that anchor tag there. And then the next thing we're going to do after the break is fill out the body of the menu. And the way we're going to do that is we're just going to fill out like one item for each tab, and then we're going to go build the JavaScript and we're going to make sure it works, because all of this is just formatting. Like all this here, all these things, it's just the same formats over and over again. So we'll fill out like one pizza item, one pasta item, one starter item. We'll build the JavaScript, we'll get that tabbing working, and then the rest of it is just copy and paste to fill out these other menu items down here. So that's the plan for after the break. I think this is all we need for this top part. So we'll save this. It's going to look like garbage if I look at it now. Well, actually, no, it looks decent. Okay, because that's Flexbox. So that's Flexbox for you. Flexbox is making it look good. So the tabs are there. Our header looks really nice. So yeah, we're starting to cook here. Now we just need to add the body of this and then make it behave when we tab through it. And right now that those links don't go anywhere. They just take us back to the top. We haven't filled anything in yet. But yeah, that's what we'll do after the break. We'll fill in the body of the menu. Mai says, can you do mailings? Do you mean like, oh, the hover red is not working? No, because that's a custom class. That's not built in. We're gonna build that style in CSS. It's gonna be very easy to do, very similar to how we did the custom hover behavior in for our navbar, right? Remember, this was all custom, all this stuff up here. So we're gonna build that out as custom CSS. Yeah. Mai says, can you do mailings? Are you talking about like email blasts, or what are you referring to there? Form tags with email on submit. Yeah, I mean that's a thing you can do, definitely. You can do a lot of things with forms. Forms are the best part of HTML. They are the coolest thing ever. They're my favorite part of HTML. Probably my favorite part of web development. Forms are so capable and so cool. And so, yeah, you can definitely do stuff like, send an email, like a mail to, right? Like, mail to whatever on form submission. Wow, it has suddenly started pouring rain outside. So I'm glad I'm inside streaming today because it is pouring rain. Woo! I have some like stuff outside to go with the garbage, and that's going to get all soggy and gross. That's going to be great. Everybody loves soggy garbage. Kiro says, I will just chime in quickly. Thank you for all the help. I have to catch the VOD. No, that's totally fine. And I'm glad you brought that up because this stream will be available on VOD. Raining cats and dogs are just foster kittens. This stream will be available on VOD. You can watch it anytime. It's on Twitch for 60 days. And then prior to it expiring and going away from Twitch, I move all my streams to my YouTube channel. So you can do !YouTube to get a link to my YouTube archive, which has every single stream I've ever done here on Twitch. Savvy says you'd be adding map search, not to this one, no. Are you talking about like address searching? I mean, you probably need that if you're doing something like delivery. You probably need that. But I didn't think it was really necessary here. Yeah. All right. So we need to take a break. 5 minutes on the clock, and then we come back. We'll build out the just a little bit of the body of the menu and the JavaScript to make this turn into active tabs that you can click between. Boop, 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 just like that. All right. All right. So 5 minutes on the clock. Once again, do !project if you just got here and you want access to the code. !project links you to the finished code, so you can catch up quickly if you want to. All right, see you back here in 5. Mawe, I think the link was posted a little bit above, so the comment isn't the command isn't going to let you run it again. But you can just click that link that's 2 chats up from yours. All right, see you in 5. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. Oh, Mawe, I'm so glad you got the command working and you were able to get a link to the YouTube archive. Yeah, so about a minute left. So come on back when you're ready. Get yourself a glass of water. Use the restroom if you need to. I have a nice cold glass of water straight from a big jug of cold water that I keep in the fridge, and it is delicious. Everybody should keep a glass jug of cold water in the fridge. It's the best thing. The important part is the glass jug. Makes it taste better. All right, I'm going to stop the timer. Get the webcam back on. Beep. No worries, my way. I do this because it helps me learn just as much as it helps you learn. The best, I say this a lot, but the best way to learn something is by teaching somebody else how to do it. So I had just been talking about in one of my past streams, I'd been talking about how I'm so terrible at styling, like, I don't like to do it. I never style things, properly and that kind of thing. And I got to thinking, like, that's, I shouldn't be saying that. That's not a good thing because yeah, I'm not good at it. So what should I do? I should do it more and get better at it. And so that's why we're doing this today. That's why we're doing, we're building a site that's fully responsive, fully styled, and has a lot of interesting styles and behaviors because, yeah, I'm not good at this. So the first step to, so what's the, one of my favorite quotes is Jake from Adventure Time, the cartoon show. And he said, dude, sucking at something is the first step to being kind of good at something. So, you know, yeah, you're always going to suck at everything first, but you have to try it and get better at it. So that's why we're doing this today because I want to get better at it and I want to help you guys get better at it too. So I appreciate that, Malway. I'm glad I hope you find that archive useful. All right, so before the break, we got the header tabs, so this part of our clickable menu going. But as we saw, they don't really have any behavior right now. They're just kind of there. They don't do anything. So first, we'll populate a few of the menu items so we can make sure our behavior is working properly, and then we'll actually write some JavaScript to control that behavior. Hey, Trinae, good to see ya. How you doing? I feel like it's been a while, has it? No worries, Goobrick. Yeah. And people often get real hung up on, oh, I'm not good at, speaking in front of people, or I'm not good at interviews. I hear that a lot, especially. I'm not good at interviews. Well, again, the first, sucking at something is the first step to being kind of sort of good at something. And so the only way to get better at interviews and coffee chats and talking to people is by doing it more. And I was that same way. So yeah, it takes practice, just like anything else. Okay, let me reorient myself here. All right, let's build, like I said, let's build a few menu items. So like the individual pizzas. Pizza menu. We're going to build our pizza menu. We're going to build our pasta menu and our starter menu. Pasta and starters. And we're going to have to hard code each of these. And essentially they're always going to be present as HTML. So we're just, since we're working with vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript here, we're going to have to hard code all of them. But again, we're going to use JavaScript to control which ones are visible at a given time. So our pizza items are going to be inside of a div. Grandma says navbar not being centered was triggering me, so I added to the first div under navbar class deflex justify content center. Yeah, you can center the navbar if you want to. I like it over to the left, but hey, it's your code. You do whatever you would like to do. And yeah, justifying the content center is a perfect way to do that because you're using Flexbox. Exactly. So we're going to have our first div is going to have an ID of pizza. And this is going to be really important. This ID is how our JavaScript is going to turn that item, all the pizza items, how it's going to turn them on and off. So that ID is vital. All right, and we're going to have a class here of container fluid. Now we're using container fluid here because the we already have the tabs and the menu items inside of their own container. So it gets a little wonky here, but I'm going to minimize this for a second. We have a container, and this contains both the tabs and the menu items, right? So we want the menu items to fill the full width of their parent, which is this container. So nesting divs can get a little confusing sometimes. Feel free to ask if you're like, why is this the way it is? But it's essentially because we want this menu, the menu items, to fill the full width of the container they live in. If you think about it like water in a bucket, right? This is the water, it's fluid, and it fills our rigid bucket, which is the outer container. All right, container fluid. We're going to give it a custom class of menu. We're going to give it a padding of 4. This will pad the inside of that, so the menu items have a little white space between them and the border. And we're going to give it a background of white. And then we'll just put like one menu item in here. We'll say the margarita. No, we'll do margarita pizza. Does anybody know why margarita pizzas are called like? I know there's the drink margarita, but it's not spelled the same. So like, is there any correlation there between margarita pizza and like the drink margarita, or are they like completely separate origins? I don't know. I'm genuinely asking. So our class here, we're going to use Flexbox again. We're going to justify the content. Once again, just making sure that everything fits nicely with plenty of white space. And the third thing we're going to use is align items baseline. This one's a little hard to explain, so once we get things populated, I'll just turn it off and on and you can see what it does. And inside of there, we want to have the title of the menu item. So that's going to be like our margarita pizza. So that'll be in an H1. We'll give it a class of margin bottom 0 and display a size of display 3. And we can make that bold if we want. I'm just going to copy that. I'm not going to spell it right. Margarita. There we go.
Udade65 just followed.
Thank you. You did it. 65. Thank you for the follow. All right, so this is our margarita. This is the title of our menu item. And then we want to have a price. So that's going to be in a span. We'll give it a class. We're going to use a new type of styling thing. This is called a badge. This is a bootstrap style, and I'll show you what a badge is. They're kind of cool. So it's not a button, but it kind of looks like one. Let's see, we'll do badge. Pill badge, yeah. So I just want a plain badge. There we go. Badges are like a kind of like a tag almost. Like they sit to the right of a thing and they highlight it in some way. So it might be like a notification like this. So you can see here this button has a little like notification goober here. And so badges are kind of similar to buttons, but they're more like tags. And so, like, for example, here, this 99 plus, this has a badge tag and it's got rounded corners. So it can attach itself to an item and almost like overlap it. It can kind of like a call out for a particular item. So that's what a badge is. And we want our prices to be very visible. So in the finished version, move this over. In the finished version, these are all badges, and so are these. This is a badge. This is a badge. Meat Town has a badge because it deserves it. And so, yeah, these are all badges. I think they're kind of cool. All right, put that back. So And badges can have certain properties. Panther, thank you so much for the follow.
Pasadena just followed.
All right. Oh, we got folks describing what. So I asked the question. Oh, thank you for the follow, Sanchez.
Jot Hacks and she's just followed.
Um, so I asked about margarita pizza versus like margarita, like the alcoholic drink. Um, no worries, Trinae. It's good to see you. Scouton says it was created to honor Queen Margarita after the unity of Italy. I am skeptical. Oh, is that true?
Just followed.
Whoa! I thought you were joshing me. Okay, no. All right, it was named after a queen, Queen Margarita. Wow, I thought you were kidding me. I apologize, but that is true. That is awesome. Tomato red, mozzarella white, and basil green for the Italian flag. That's friggin' cool. Wow. Okay, I love that. Thank you for that. No worries, Trinae. It was good to see you. V loves. I don't work with Maya. I apologize, but maybe somebody else in chat could help you out via another platform. I cannot. I'm afraid. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, "Oh, like the quantity count on the web dev simplified SVG image you did. Maybe I don't really remember that one, but if it helps you out, then sure." Margarita the drink was invented in 1938 in Baja California after Marjorie King. Okay, cool. The more you know. Yeah. All right, so this is a badge, and this badge can have a separate background. So the background here is going to be dark, BG dark, and text is going to be white. Uh, so our prices, they're going to have just a nice black background with white text, and the price for this is going to be $12.50.
Carium 8 just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Carium. So notice that both of these things, the menu item name and the price, are inside of the same div. And so what this is going to do is it's going to use Flexbox to put these items essentially like on opposite sides of each other. So they're going to be on the same line because they're in the same div together, but it's going to force them as far apart as possible, meaning that the item name is going to be on the left of the box and the price is going to be on the right. So there you go. It's going to force them apart. And then align items baseline really just makes sure that both of these items are parallel to each other. Nothing, we don't want like, because the way badges work is I think by default they're kind of like offset slightly, not on the same line. And so baseline should make sure that they're both perfectly horizontally like across from each other, none of them higher than the other. And so we've got that set up. Now, the next thing we just, the little description of what the item is. And once we've done this once, we're just going to be able to pretty much copy and paste it for all the other items. So we only got to do this part once. Our class here is going to be text muted. And just a little, flavor text here. All right, we're almost done with this one. The last thing I want to do is add basically like a line break, like a border, but only a border on the bottom. So you see that it might be kind of hard to see, but you see that little line there on the bottom of each menu item? I want to add that. And there's various ways we could do it, but a quick and dirty way is by using just a HTML tag called HR. And what HR is going to do is it's just going to draw a line. I honestly forget what HR stands for. If anybody remembers, feel free to let me know. But yeah, HR is just going to draw a line. Horizontal rule. Aha, yes. So literally what that means is horizontal line. Thank you, Panther. Welcome to the stream. Oh, so the counter, a kitten shopping app vid on YouTube. Okay, yeah. We were talking about badges and what they're good for. And yeah, one of the things that badges can be really good for is like keeping track of quantities and highlighting that information next to something else. Engineer Moore says, what about the text color of margarita? Shouldn't it be black? Yes, and we're going to set that. We're going to do some styling here in just a minute. All right, I'm going to give my HR a class of text muted, so it'll be the same color as this flavor text here. So this text is going to be the same color as the line below it. Oh, not text white, sorry, text muted. There we go. They're both going to be kind of the same gray color. So we've set essentially one item in our pizza menu. Now let's set up one item in our pasta menu and one item in our starter menu. We'll style it, we'll do the JavaScript, and then we'll be good to test this behavior. So the cool thing is, I've done this once. Now I'm just going to copy and paste it and change the values that need to be changed. So we'll change this ID to pasta. It's going to have the exact same styling. Container fluid, menu, P4BG white. Our first item here is going to be lasagna. And it's going to have that same class, items baseline, and the item name is going to be lasagna. Lasagna. Oh, lasagna. There we go. Price is going to be $13.50. Man, they are really. I feel like this restaurant is overcharging for a lot of things, but what do I know? Maybe they're in California. And then the description. What in the Garfield? That's the first thing I thought of too. I used to love Garfield. I had a bunch of the Garfield comic books, the really big ones. They're great. Oh, thank you, Panther. Uh, Panther says I just got in, but love the way you educate. Thank you. Do you also do other types of coding? Yes, I do. This is actually a pretty simple project. I don't normally I normally work with other frameworks like React and like do more full stack stuff. But we're kind of practicing styling today. So we're practicing things like, because I'm not very good at it. So we got to practice, right? But yeah, so I do a lot of stuff with React, a lot of full stack, building APIs and full stack apps. Also working with, I'm also, so the thing I get paid, I don't get paid for this. I get paid for my day job. The thing I get paid for is being a SQL developer, so database coding. And so I've done a couple streams recently on SQL, which is a database language. And if you want to learn SQL, if you're interested in it, I've done several streams on it, sort of beginner focused streams where you can learn from the ground up on how to code with SQL. So check out my YouTube archive and just search for SQL if you want to learn more about that.
Sean just followed.
Thank you for the follow, Sean. But yeah, I just uploaded two new vids teaching SQL as well. SQL is a great language to know, just because it's everywhere. Marley Spark, thank you for the follow.
Marley_Spark just followed.
Yeah, so SQL is a great language to know just because it is literally everywhere. It's been around since 1977, and it's still used literally everywhere today. So if you're a really competent developer and you know a little bit of SQL, that can get you really far because you can talk to databases very easily. Like you can talk to databases directly without having to use other tools. So it's pretty neat. I like it a lot. Like I said, it's my day job and I love it. So, all right. So we did pasta, then we got the line at the end of there. Now let's just go ahead and do one starter item. Oh, and the other thing I want to do is, yeah, okay. I think we're good. Yeah, we're okay. I'm going to scroll down here a little bit. Want to do a starter item. Let's see what's next here. Yeah, okay. So now let's move down to the starter section. Again, I can just copy and paste this. And this is going to have an ID of starter. Like that. Again, have all the same styling, except this is going to be soup. Today's soup. And today's soup. Today's soup is going to be much cheaper at $5.50. Now that price looks pretty good. I can agree with that. Depends on how big the soup is. And then the flavor text is just going to be ask the waiter. Now, for this particular one, if we look at the finished version of the site, it's got a little something extra here, right? It's got this today's soup, but then it's got a little badge next to it that kind of gives a little spice, a little call out. So we can do that pretty easily again by just adding another badge. So right next to today's soup, still inside of the H1, we can just add a span again and give it the styling of a badge. So the class is going to be badge. The background is going to be dark, and the text is going to be white. And that's all we need to do to get that lovely little badgy look. And that's just going to say seasonal. And I think that's all we need there. So now we have essentially the first item of each of these, right? We did margarita pizza, we did lasagna. Oh, I think I forgot the popular badge there. Whoops. That's all right. We'll add it later. And then today's soup with a badge. So I wonder how it's going to look on our version when I save this and run it. Let's see how do we think this is going to look? Let's see. So obviously we're missing color here. That's okay. We're going to add that. We're going to add some styling there. But look at this. It looks a little different, right? These are all stacked on top of each other, which isn't what we want. What we want is each of them to be available. Whoops, each of them to be available as we click on these tabs. I keep clicking them. We want each of them to be available as we click on the tabs. And so in order to do that, we're going to want to, like, for example, when I click pizza, I want this one to be visible and these other two to be hidden. When I click pasta, this should be hidden, this should be visible, this should be hidden, right? Because this is lasagna. Click starter, this should be hidden, this should be hidden, this should be visible. So in order for us to do that, in order for us to react to those clicks, we're going to need to add some JavaScript. Chris says, I have to pronounce it like that before I type and spell it. Lasagna. Yeah, lasagna. Yes, 2 Sundays ago, we did a full CRUD to-do app with SQL Superbase. Yeah, we built a full stack app with SQL. You're right. Are we hard? Raytheon says, are we hard coding menu items in HTML? Yes. Now, there are better ways you could do that, right? If you have these menu items in stored in, I don't know, an array and or in an object or in a database, then you could just generate them dynamically using maybe React or EJS or something like that. But in this particular case, we're just using we're going vanilla here. We're going vanilla all the way, so we're just hard coding them. But there are many whenever you have a repetitive task, especially a repetitive styling task, where you find yourself applying the same styles to the same tags, the same objects over and over again. You can consider using something like EJS if you just want to kind of make that faster, or something like React if you want fully reusable components that have individual logic. So there's ways you can make this, much more robust. But for this particular website, it's fairly simple. It's fairly small. We're just going to use vanilla stuff. Oscryptor says, "What's your opinion on NoSQL databases like MongoDB?" Well, if you take a look at my YouTube channel and look at some of the projects that I've done, the majority of the full stack web apps that I have built are in MongoDB, actually, even though my day job is a SQL developer. And that's not because I like MongoDB better. It's because I use them for these like teachable projects, because MongoDB essentially you can talk to a MongoDB database using JavaScript, which folks on this channel are already learning anyway. So rather than having to learn a separate language if you don't want to, you can just use JavaScript and Mongoose and things like that in order to communicate with the database in a language you're already very familiar with, and like using objects and things like that. So most of the projects that I've done here are on my past streams and past channels. Most of the full stack projects that I've done have been using MongoDB. And I think it's important to know both. And I don't think that any one of them is any better than the other. I think, as always, it's about the right tool for the job, right? Pick what's going to work best for your project. whether it's relational, non relational, or even another database type. There's others out there. All right, so let's write some JavaScript to make this thing behave properly. And then we'll add our styling to, make things the right color as well. We need that. But first off, let's change it up, baby, and actually write some JavaScript. We haven't written any JavaScript so far. How wild is that? That's very unusual for my screen, for my streams. But let's fix that and write some JavaScript. Hey, Oni, good to see you. So we're going to build a function. And this function is going to be called open menu. Now, you may recall that earlier on when we were building out the tabs, we created an on-click event that calls open menu and passes in information about that click, as well as the name of the tab that was clicked on. So the click, the name of the tab that was clicked on. So over here in my JavaScript, I'm going to make sure it's ready to accept that click, so event, and it's ready to accept menu name, which is the name of the page that we clicked on. So pizza pasta starters. So it's taking in, we're giving it two parameters. It's taking in two arguments. And essentially what I want to do is basically what I talked about, right? Apply and remove styling classes to show and hide these menu items. So I'm going to declare a couple variables. Well, we'll start. So we'll say let x equals document dot get element by class name menu. So the first thing we're doing here is we're just retrieving. Actually, I meant to rename these variables too. I was going to make them better, but I didn't. So my apologies. We'll go through after we're done with this, and I'll make them more descriptive because I should have done that. I did not. So first off, go through get element, any element that has a class name of menu. And the first thing we're going to do is essentially find like all the pizza, the pasta, the starters, and make sure that they are all hidden. So first things first, clear all existing display classes, hide all three of them. And then we're going to selectively apply the visible classes in the next step to make sure that only the right one is visible at a given time. So what's a quick way, if I get all these elements by their class name, I have three of them, but I could have more, right? I could have more elements. I could have 10 tabs. I don't know. You can add as many as you want. It doesn't matter. Your menu might be huge. You might be I think it seems like a lot of Mexican restaurants have a huge variety of food. And so they have a lot of different categories. I love Mexican restaurants because of that reason. And so if you're building this for a client that was a Mexican restaurant or just any restaurant with a lot of menu items, you would want to make sure that this, that you're getting all the tabs and you're clearing all the display values off of them. So once I have all these elements stored in this variable here, what's the best way to go through each one and make sure that their display is set to none? How would I do that? Given that I have a variable number of elements. Yeah, we're going to want some kind of a loop, right? We're going to want some kind of a loop. Nitrox says a small menu is proof of quality. Yeah, I don't know. I've been to some great Mexican restaurants that have huge menus where it's all just different combinations of beans and cheese, and they're all delicious, and sauces and spices. So I don't know, man. Depends on what you're going for. So I'm going to use a for loop here. We're keeping things simple, but there's a lot of different ways you could do it. But I realized recently that I have not done a for loop in a redonkulous amount of time. So we're going to do that. So we start with I equals 0, and then for I less than. Thank you for the follow, Mushroom.
Mushroom just followed.
I want to make sure that I am looping through my entire array. So how would I do that? And actually, I'm going to go ahead and rename this variable. It's bothering the heck out of me. We'll call it menu array. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, exactly. We just say I less than x dot length. Oh, not that. Or sorry, menu array dot length. Menu array dot length. Yeah, exactly. Why did I not do this? Why wouldn't I why wouldn't I do this? Why did I do this? When I want to make sure I'm going through the whole array, so would it be this? Yes, and you may be able to do that too, DT code. Yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be this? Yeah, index starts at 0. So for an array of 3 items like we have here, item number 1 is going to be index 0, so I 0. And then item number 2 is going to be index 1. Item number 3 is going to be index 3. Exactly. So that's one thing you got to be careful of when you're looping through arrays or working with arrays in any capacity, really. And so then for each loop, we do I plus plus. And for each item that we're looping through, we essentially just want to say menu array. For item I, we're going to say dot style. Not that, style. VS Code, you're not helping. I hate it when it does that. Cripes. All right, style display none. Okay, so menu array for that item, we set display, the style element of display, to be none. So that's our first step. We've cleared any display elements from all the items, and then we need to figure out which one to apply to, which one we want to make visible, right? Oh, and I realized I forgot to do this. Let I equal 0. Yeah. All right. Now my next one here, we're going to say let tab links. Yeah, exactly. You got it. Code for dopamine. you spotted it just before I did. So once again, now we're going to get the elements by class name tab link. Yep. Let tab links equal tab links. Oh, tab links, sorry. All right, there we go. So all of our menu items, we've turned their display to none, and now we want to also make sure that our tabs, like the actual tabs, when they're active on the finished version, when the tab is active, it's going to have like a red highlight, like a permanent red highlight. And so we also want to remove that, right? So we want to hide, not only hide the menu items, but also remove this active tab styling that we're going to apply. So don't want it to be red all the time. We only want it to be red when it is active. So we show, we hide. So remove that as well. And it's basically going to be the same thing. I'm going to copy and paste this. Tab links. And we just say tab links. Tab links.length. Tab links I. Oh, and this is going to be a class. So we're going to say classless remove dot remove. And we're going to be removing the style of active tab, which is one we're going to add later. So no tab is going to be active. No worries, code for dopamine. You got it. Oscriptor says passing an index into function would shorten the code. Yes, it would. I'm trying to keep things as like readable as possible. Although, yes, there are many ways that this could be shortened. Not using, not using a big old for loop, all that kind of thing. We could get real fancy with it, but I'm not going to in this case. We're gonna keep it simple. Keep it not so dry. Little damp up in here. We're gonna repeat ourselves a little bit. It's okay now and then. It's damp outside, right? It's pouring rain outside, so we can be a little damp in our code. Also, by the way, dry means don't repeat yourself, so hence the joke. I probably just ruined it by saying that. All right, so last thing we're going to do here is essentially we've cleared all this display styling, and the last thing we want to do is essentially add it back. So just to the one that we want to add it to, top cake. So I can say documents, get element by ID. Oh, sorry. Oh, no, that's fine. Document, get element by ID. Oh, it's just get element by ID. I shouldn't have even copied and pasted that. Get element, Lordy. All right, there we go. By ID, menu name, style, dot display. Display is going to be block. And now we want to figure out which tab to turn on. So which tab do we turn on? How do we know? How do we know? Like, all right, look at this. I click these things, but how do I know what one was clicked on? I know a click happened, sure, but how do I know which one was clicked? Well, in order to do that, I can use all of this event data that we passed in. So part of that event contains data. Remember, the event is an object. Event isn't just the click. It's a big old honking object. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to like console log an event, but there's a crap ton of data in there. Do you know what KISS means? Yeah, I do. So one of the things we can pull out of this big old event object is the target. We can know what thing was clicked on. So just for that target, for that thing that was clicked on, we just add the class, essentially class list dot add active tab, like so. All right, so that essentially controls the behavior when the user clicks. So when the user clicks on something, the first thing it does is it hides all the menu items, like all of them, and then it hides all the active tab behavior, and then it sets whichever tab needs to be active. And that will show not only the styling, but also the visible, it'll make the menu items visible below. All right, now the last thing we need to do, and this is a thing that I forgot when I was making this before, is yeah, okay, fine. You can go through and hide everything, but what happens when the page loads for the first time? You're gonna have everything hidden, and it's not gonna show any menu items at all. So, does anybody have any ideas of what we could do to make like? I think by default we'd like the pizza items to show up. So, what could we do to make the pizza items show up when the page first loads? We essentially want to just have a default item on display. What could we do? Because right now, by default, we're hiding everything until the user actually clicks on something. And that's not what we want. That's a bad user experience. Yeah, we could do on load, sure. We're going to do something kind of fun. Yeah, on load, absolutely. And I have done on load before. And that is a valid answer, certainly. But there's a fun way to do it. So let's do the fun way, shall we? So we're going to get element by ID. We're going to declare the pizza menu as our main link. So we're going to give it like an ID. And I need to make sure I've done that. So what we could do instead is we could just do this. So when the page loads, this script is going to run. We don't need to, it's not even going to be inside a function. It's just going to be kind of chilling. And so it's going to get this main link, whatever we declare as the main link, and it's just going to click it. Which, when that happens, is then going to run this function and assign it as the active tab. So I don't know. I think this is fun. I think this is a fun way to do it. Maybe not the best way to do it, but a fun way. So it's essentially just going to act like a user click. It's going to grab this element, it's going to click it, which that element is listening for the click. So it's going to call this function and make it the active tab. No worries, Orestes. Yeah. All right. So once again, what this function is doing is it is being called whenever somebody clicks on one of these tabs, right? So we have this on click event, on click, open menu, pizza. So the function runs. First thing it does is it clears any existing tabs. So like if you were already like on the pasta tab, it's just making sure it's just setting that everything back to baseline, back to default. And then it sets whatever tab was clicked on as the active one, which is all well and good when the user is already interacting with things. But what happens if when the page first loads? We're going to have everything like hidden by default. So when the page first loads, we want to make sure that the correct tab is showing. So what we can do instead is we can declare a tab, give a tab an ID of just main link, and then click it automatically using JavaScript. So when we click it, it calls this function and it makes it active. So I just thought this was fun. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Orestes. Let me know. And we'll see this behavior in action once we get things working. So I'm just going to make sure we've got everything here. But what this does is it gives us flexibility. So I don't necessarily want to hard code this as like pizza, because what if I don't always want pizza to be the first one? I feel like it makes it easier if I just, actually, I'm gonna put this back. Ah, no. All right, main link. There we go. So in this way, I can just declare any of those tabs as the main link and swap them around if I need to or whatever without having to touch my JavaScript. Yeah. So that may be personal preference, but in my mind, it makes more sense to just have this kind of be generic, have something as the main link. And it could change depending on maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a seasonal tab that's only active sometimes. And so you can, change that around, whatever the main tab is. All right, so I'm going to make sure I've got that. Make sure I've got pizza marked as the main link right now. Let me see. I think I do because I set it up here. Let me see. Where is it? Pizza. Oh yeah, no. So I need to add this ID. I need right here in my pizza tab. I need to add just an ID of main link. ID equals main link. There we go. Now this is going to say this is the one that should be clicked automatically when the page loads. Save that. Okay, I'm going to double check that my JavaScript is correct. I've declared everything. I'm doing my loop, getting tab links, looping through those, remove that, display, Okay, I think we're okay. Oh, did I put my script tag up top? I didn't mean to. Did I? No, I didn't. Oh, did I not add? I didn't add it at all. That's why. Good reminder. I need to make sure. So you too, you need to make sure that I linked to my style sheet, but we haven't done any scripting at all until now. So you'll need to add a script tag to make sure that you can link to your JavaScript. So the best place to add that is right before your closing body tag. And it's very easy to do. Just add a script tag and your source is going to be script.js. Like so. You don't need to put anything in the body of the tag. Just do that. So thank you for the reminder. And if you want to add it in the header, you can. You could just use the defer property, which would defer that script execution until after everything else has been processed. Yeah, and maybe there are times when you need JavaScript to render before the whole DOM is done rendering. But if you want to just if you just got regular JavaScript, generally you're safe to put it here. Yeah. All right, save this. Let's just see what this looks like. We might need to do some more. Actually, no, I don't think we can yet. We need to do some styling to set the visible and hidden properties. I promise we're almost ready to test this. We just got to style stuff now. Where did I put the ID tag? I put it so here under menu container, I have my 3 tabs. I have my pizza, pasta, and starter. That's where this is being called. And I'm putting my main link ID on pizza because that's the first one that I want to like have open. So you can see it's inside of my opening, it's inside of my anchor tag here, just before the text of pizza. Thank you, Fafin. Good to see you. No worries, Champo. All right, let's add some styling, and then we'll finally be able to test this out. All right, so custom styles for menu box. Menu box. So first thing is we're going to style, do the hover styling for our buttons. So for the tabs that aren't active, we're going to set some behavior for those. Oh, sorry, no, this is the I put this in the wrong place. This should be for the header. So my apologies. Just move that up there. This is just the hover behavior for the for that main button, the let me see the menu button that's like right here. There's just some extra little bit of styling there. It's nothing crazy. Just a background color when you're hovering over it, background color of light gray, text color of black, and underline the text. So that's just something I forgot to do earlier. Sorry about that. All right. Now, finally, we can style the menu box. So black background for the prices. We just set background color to black. Thank you for the follow, Bori.
Bori_Shiva just followed.
Appreciate it. Wow, y'all are nuts. I'm 5 followers away from 66,000 followers, which is friggin' wild. I don't know. That's nuts, man. All right. Anyway, black background for our little badges for the prices because that looks nice. Black background. Now the hover behavior for our tabs. So hover behavior for our tabs, again, pretty similar to how we did the nav bar. We can say hover red, and then on hover, we want to set our background color to essentially red with, I'm just gonna put this to 0.5, red with half opacity. So remember, this A here is essentially opacity or alpha channel. So 0.5 means red, but only half visible. And in VS Code, what's very nice is as soon as you say RGBA, it brings up this little color selector. So you can choose not only color, but also opacity. This slider right here is for transparency or opacity, which is very convenient to do. Shouldn't starter be ordered before pizza? Maybe, yeah, maybe so. It depends on, I think it depends on what you want to be the default, right? I think the first tab selected should probably be like the first one on the left. So, in this case, it's pizza because that's the default one, but, maybe it's starters for your restaurant. And text color is just going to be white. So when we hover over these, the text changes from the default blue to white. So that's doing that behavior there. And then this is the important part, active tab. Active tab is the one that we've actually clicked on. So that's that value that we're setting with our JavaScript. So active tag, and the background color is going to be red, and then text color is going to be white, color white. And then we're just going to have a few more tags here. I'm going to copy and paste these. I know we're due for a break, but I want to test this behavior of the JavaScript before we go on break. So I'm going to copy and paste these, but we'll talk about each one. So active tab, background color red, color white. And we're adding just a dark border. This is just the border for like the menu box, just a dark gray border. Now, badge. So these are our badges, right? The prices and these little call outs here, those are badges. And just adding a little bit of padding to mess with the size. But if you'll notice, the units that I'm using here are relative units, but they're not rem. We talked about rem before when we were sizing our text, right? And rem is root. The R in rem refers to the root. So it references whatever the root size is for like text. So that root size is going to control anything that's tagged as rem. Now, M is also relative, but it is only relative to the parent element. Whatever the sizing is in the direct parent element, it doesn't look any farther than that. It only looks at its parent for styling. So in this case, for our badges, it means that they can all be different sizes. And you can kind of see that here. So this one here is a little bit different. In the finished version, there's another badge down here. And this one's a lot smaller because its parent element, which is like a paragraph or something like that, has smaller text. And so this badge is looking only at its parent and saying, this is how big I can be. No worries, Gubrick. Have a good night. Yeah, so that's how we can use M to be even more flexible with our sizing. M only looks at its parent. So I'm also doing small tag here. I think I just tagged a couple of badges as small, you know, having even like smaller padding there. So this is just having a little finer detail control over the sizing of individual badges. Oh, thank you, Gratis.
Gratis underscore just followed.
And then when we click on a tab, we're going to have a nice red background, background color gray. I think this is for the badge here. Oh, sorry, the background red is for the red badge. Background gray is for the gray badge. So nothing crazy there. And then finally, for menu H1, is this for, oh yeah, this is for the actual like menu items. So this is actually turning them black because they're white by default. So I think we've set all of our font colors. We've set all of our behavior. I know I went through that kind of quick, but I really want to just test and see if this is working and fix any issues. You can grab the CSS from the GitHub. It's pretty straightforward. This is really simple stuff here. You can grab the CSS from the GitHub if you need to for this entire menu box section. All right, I saved that. Now let's see what we've got here. Okay, check it. All right, so hover is working. It looks like maybe our JavaScript isn't. I need to make sure I've saved everything. I think I did. All right, let's click on something. Oh, one thing I need to do, sorry, is I think I did, oh, I didn't save the script. Ha ha. Yeah, that's a pretty common mistake. So I didn't save my JavaScript, which helps. It's weird, I didn't get the little icon, I don't think, but that's all right. And then the other thing I need to do is, you might have noticed that
It's Alexis underscore just followed.
oh, and it looks like my page is like freaking out too. I'm gonna stop it. That's interesting. I think I know what happened. Yeah. So one other thing we need to do here is if you just tried this, your page might have just started freaking out and like constantly clicking. So I think one other thing we need to do here is in this anchor tag, I want to do a couple things. I'm going to find it. I want to set the target of this anchor tag as JavaScript void. What this is going to do is basically going to stop the default behavior that happens when you click an anchor tag. So when you click an anchor tag, it by default, it's going to just, if you have no target, it's going to try to take you home, like to the top of the screen. And so we essentially want to just nullify that behavior and stop that and have it go to the on click event instead. So don't take me anywhere, just call this open menu function. All right, let's try again. There we go. That looks better. So we've suppressed the default behavior that anchor tags have by just saying JavaScript void 0. And I'll paste this in chat if I know I did that kind of quick. All right, there we go. JavaScript void 0 in quotes. Pineapple pizza time. And then on click, let's see what we get. Now look how different this looks. The other menu items are hidden. Only the pizza menu item is visible. Now let's click pasta. Yeah, there we go. Now lasagna is visible. Now we click starter and soup is visible. Now I think I'm missing a tag there because it's not quite, this badge isn't styling right, but that's okay. That's a style thing. We'll fix that. So I can now flip through my tabs like so, and they behave exactly the way I need them to. Perfect. I think I can, let me see if I'm just missing a tag on that seasonal badge there. Should be a quick fix for soup. Meat town. Let's see, what did I miss? There. Okay, I think I missed the small tag class. Let's see if that looks better. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so now it's fixed. I just missed a tag. So the on that seasonal little badgey thing, you just make sure it has badge, gray background, and small tag classes. And what that does is it classifies it as a badge, obviously, and then it gives it a sort of a grayish background, and it makes it a little smaller. So it's like a little bit of a call out. It differentiates it from the rest of the text. And you can put a space after soup. Put a space after soup to give it a little breathing room there. All right, it's time for a break. Let's take a break. Last thing is just that if you noticed, as soon as I saved that and it reloaded the page, it took us back to the pizza tab. So it's working as expected. When the page loads, it clicks pizza, and then the user can then click between the tabs as they go. All right, break time. Saved. Rock and roll. 5 minutes on the clock. Now, I promise the rest of the sections are not as intensive as this. That was the only, that bit of JavaScript was the only JavaScript that we are going to do in this entire project. So done with JavaScript. The rest is just building out the additional sections and learning some more about text styling. All right, start the timer. Yes, more pizza. Yeah. See you back here in 5. Alrighty, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. So come on back when you're ready. Get yourself a drink of water. If you've been sitting down this entire time, it has been 3 hours. Please get up if you need to, and or if you're able to, and stretch, move your body a little bit. That's very important. Hey, Ironclad Egg, good to see you. Engineer says the tabs are working, but I'm not getting any menu items. Yeah, just double check that you have all your tags in place and your divs in place, like in the right order. Okay. I'm going to stop the timer. And so, as a reminder, this is what we did before the break. We got our menu working so that it flips between the categories on that menu. Oop, I need to turn my webcam on. Sorry. There we go. All right, we're back. All right, so we got that flipping behavior working. That's the hardest part. So we are cooking with gravy now. And really all that's left after that is just adding like more menu items, and it's just copy and paste. So I think I'd like to move on. You can copy and paste the rest of the items from the GitHub, but I mean, you're just essentially just taking this part. Just make sure you don't copy this closing div. You're just taking all this stuff here and you're changing the text. That's all you need to do. And add as many as you want. All right, so I'm going to go outside. Make sure I get the right div here. I'm just going to scroll up. So I have my menu container here. I'm going to collapse this div for a sec, just to make sure I click in the right place. And then we'll go ahead and go on to the next section. Cooking pizza with gravy? What? What are you talking about? Oh, cooking with gravy. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Because, yeah, I didn't say cooking with gas. I said cooking with gravy. Got it. Okay. Let's go to the next section. And then, maybe we'll loop back at the end and we'll just fill in the rest of the menu items, including Meat Town, the best pizza name in history. If you're wondering what I'm talking about, in the finished version, there is a pizza that is named Meat Town, and it is hot. Just thought everybody should be aware of that. Also, too, if you're just joining the stream now, I see a few folks have just joined us. Welcome. You can catch up with us very quickly and easily. I already have the finished code on my GitHub for anybody to use. You can get to it by saying !project. So !project will get you the finished code. And you can turn around and run that right now if you would like to. It is yours to do whatever you want. Flaming meat lovers. All right. Next section in the finished product, next section is about. And we can see that this has welcome to the stream, Fuzzy Bampa. I like that name. That's a great username. So this next section is kind of interesting, not because it really does anything, because it doesn't do anything, but more for the styling. So we've got a few different types of styling here. In this opening hours section, we've got like a grid, right? We've got like almost like a table layout, right? Stuff is kind of across from each other, evenly spaced. And then below that, we have a couple paragraphs of text along with an inset photograph. So styling the text around a photograph is kind of interesting. Yeah, so a couple different interesting kind of text formatting challenges here. So let's go ahead and do that. And I think I'm in the wrong div. Sorry. Gotta make sure I get out of my divs. Okay, need to be here. All right, so our next section, we're just gonna have an H1, and it's gonna have a class of display 4. So again, display, like this display tag is literally just a bootstrap thing that gives it kind of a some default styling similar to like you would with a header, right? H1, 2, 3, 4. Display 4 is just a smaller type of display text. And we'll make this bold. Oh, and sorry, this is the wrong one. This one comes a little later. I scrolled down too far. Whoopsie. All right, so about container.
A crew just followed.
Akru, thank you for the follow. Hi, how's your website going? Welcome to this stream. It's going really well. We're practicing bootstrap styling and making a fun, responsive website that on works on full screens, and it works really well on mobile too. So here is the mobile display, and then full screen. It works really good. It's fully responsive. Also has a little bit of custom scripting to click through the menu as well. Yeah, Bootstrap 5, exactly. Yep, I think it looks pretty good if I do say so myself. All right, so about container, we're gonna have a div that kind of wraps the whole thing. I'm just gonna get rid of this H1 for now. I have a div that wraps the whole thing. And again, this is gonna be, I want another container that's going to fill the width of the screen. So I'll let you guys tell me. What type of, basically the container I'm building right now is this purple background area. So what type of container, how should I style this? I need to style this div so that it fills the whole width of the screen. What should I do? What class should I give it? What class should I give this so it fills the whole width of the screen? We've done it before. Yeah, it's going to need to be a container, and specifically a container fluid. Yeah, because container fluid specifically is it's like fluid. It's like water in a bucket, right? It will expand itself to fill the bucket, and in this case, the bucket is the width of our screen. So container fluid is the right choice here. I'm going to add some padding on the inside. Remember, padding is on the inside. Margins are on the outside. So padding 5 isn't going to affect like how far this purple extends. All it's going to do is add padding on the inside to push the stuff farther inward. Hey, Yuki Duki, hello, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day. All right, text is going to be white. Text white. And we're going to give it a little bit of just inline, quick and dirty inline style, just to make the background purple. You could declare this in your CSS too, but I'm going to say style, background color. It's going to be dark slate blue, which is a built-in color, which is the best kind of color. And we're going to give it an ID of about. And again, the reason why I'm giving this an ID is so that it's accessible from my nav bar, right? So when I am when I'm clicking through the nav bar, I just noticed that my nav bar is gone on my finished version. I don't know why. Well, try reloading it. Nope, it's gone. Oh no, it's gone because I shrunk the screen. I put it down to mobile size. So adding that ID makes it accessible to the links on my nav bar. Here's in the I should look in the finished version. So menu, home, menu, it makes it accessible to the links on my nav bar. All right. So our section here is going to be dark slate blue. And ID is going to be about, so we can click it. And then inside of here, we're going to have a div with a class of container. And this is what's going to hold like our text and stuff. So this is going to be a solid container because we don't want it to expand any farther than it should. It's going to be rigid and it's going to hold all of our text. Catnip says, is Bootstrap touched on in 100 Devs Cohort 2? I'm only in class 30 so far. No, it isn't. However, I've used it a lot in my streams. I find it really useful and much faster than vanilla JS, or sorry, vanilla CS. Um, so yeah, I like it a lot. But it's not covered in 100 devs. However, it's pretty intuitive, and they have a lot of Bootstrap has really good documentation. Bootstrap has really good documentation, so you can anything you want to do, you can find boilerplate code to copy and paste and put in your site. Vanilla JS. No, I've built a ton of websites in Vanilla JS. It depends on what's the right tool for the job, right? Expector said better Vanilla JS than something convoluted like React. No, I wouldn't say so. I've built a lot of stuff in React too. Again, I never, only a Sith deals in absolutes, right? Come on. You got to think about what's the right tool for the job. In this case, it's a very simple website with one page, um, and very sort of straightforward styling, right? So it's probably best to use vanilla JavaScript in this case. However, there are some things that could be made easier with React. For example, these menu items, right? If we have a bunch of them, it's kind of tedious to style them out individually. So using React components for these would make it much easier. Bootstrap is cool for beginner level stuff. Although Yuki, I would argue with that because I would say Bootstrap is like the most widely used styling framework on the internet right now. So I would say it works for a lot of things. Yeah, and React also has a lot of stuff built in. If you want to do stuff like authentication, routing, especially routing, that's really helpful in React. So again, it's the right tool for the job, right? We're not doing any routing here, so we don't need it. But anyway, all right, so container. And as you say, there's a lot of tools that do a lot of things, right? So a lot of it comes down to personal preference. I never get involved in any of those like flame wars on Twitter or even here about like what is best, because nothing is best. Nothing is ever best for anything. It's more about what do you want to use. TBH, we should all just be using Flash. Yeah, Flash. I just talked to a Flash developer yesterday. They had some cool stories. They used to build like Flash games, on like Newgrounds and stuff. It's pretty cool. All right, anyway, so we have our container where our text is going, and first thing we're going to build is the header. So we're going to center that text, and we're going to give it a size of display 2 and a margin bottom of 3. And that's just going to be about. And then after that, we're going to have another H1. I mean, this could be an H2 as well, but I got lazy. And this one is going to just be the opening hours. So display 4. And that's all we need there. It's going to be for opening hours. And we can make that bold to make it stand out a little bit. Miss those little Flash games. I do too. I spent most like a ridiculous amount of time in like elementary school just playing crappy Flash games in computer class. Yeah, it was great. It was so much fun back in the Flash era. Yeah, 100%. It made animation accessible to everybody, which I think is so cool. So many folks have memories of Flash games. I love it. All right, so this is our main header, and this is our secondary header for opening hours. And then after that, I lost my the original version here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to kill these two. I'm going to kill this, and there we go. So I just reloaded the original version, and so I've gotten this header and this subheader. But next thing I want to do is like arrange these opening hours in kind of this like grid format, right? So what's a way that I might do that? What's a way that I might arrange these things so that they kind of sit in even vertical lines across from each other? What could I use? I could use a table, certainly, but with some more modern styling, uh, what's a way I could do that? Or we're using Bootstrap here, right? What can Bootstrap do to help us? As folks are saying, there's a lot of different ways to do lots of things, right? We could use it. We could certainly use a table for this, 100%. We could use grid or something like that. Use grid, yep, certainly. I'm going to use what Bootstrap is giving us, though. Use pixel.gif repeatedly. uh, all right, I'm going to use some of what Bootstrap is giving us built in. Um, and so all I need to do there is I just say div, and I say class row. And I can set the font size to 2, just to be smaller. So, and inside of this div, I've essentially created, I'm starting to build a grid structure. So I set a row, and inside of here, I'm going to have 2 divs, both with the same styling. And I can say class of call 6. And you could adjust this various ways. You could do call 4 or whatever. It just determines the spacing of these columns. So inside of this div, I'm setting up a row with 2 columns in it. 1, 2. First column, second column. All right. And inside of here, I'm just putting the opening hours information. So that's a copy paste. You can put whatever you want in there. Yeah, and you don't have to, there is shorthand for this. You do not have to like declare each separately, as Xmetric said. Um, you could do, div2 call 6 or call 6.2. I decided to break those apart more to be more descriptive of what's happening. So yeah, there's shorthand for a lot of this stuff. Absolutely. Just like we talked about with the JavaScript earlier, where we don't have to use a for loop, we could use for each. We could select all instead of having to um, select each element separately. So yeah, there's definitely shorthand for this, but in terms of readability, I'm just going to go with keeping these separated for now. But that's a good point. There is a lot of shorthand that you can do to simplify your styling. Hey Tooks, welcome. I'm struggling to choose between web front end React.js or iOS native dev. I would say that's a personal preference. Do you want to do web dev or do you want to do mobile? What do you want to do? I can't decide for you. All right, so there's our opening hours. Let's see how that looks. There we go. It looks pretty good, I think. So we've got our opening hours here. They're evenly spaced in 2 separate columns. Boop. And yeah, spread nicely apart. So I choose it. I dig it. Chick says, why did you choose web over mobile? I think for me, web was just more accessible. Like I could just jump in and start doing it. Um, didn't need anything special. Just everybody's got a web browser, and I think a fun thing is determining how to make websites like accessible and usable on mobile as well. So there's kind of a 2-part thing there, right? You can build a website, and then you have to figure out, okay, how do I make this work on somebody's phone too, or tablet? And so that's kind of fun. But yeah, for me, it was just the accessibility of it. Like, web is fun, and um, I got into a program called 100 Devs, which is free, so I didn't have to pay anything to start developing for web, and I got free web dev education. And yeah, browsers tend to have really good debug tools. Also, absolutely. If you're interested in also learning web dev, there's some information. We've got a website. There's a Discord. It's got about 3,000 people on it. There's also a YouTube channel. If you search on YouTube for Learn with Leon, it's all free. So web dev is very accessible to anybody who wants to learn it. All right. So we've got our opening hours, this section here, all set up. And now just below that, we have another section that's more traditional text. But like I said, the interesting part of this paragraph is that we're putting an image in there, right? Where we have some inline image action going on. Took says, in terms of job opportunities, you're not afraid of too much competition. There's competition for everything. I'm already actually employed as a backend developer, so I'm employed as a SQL developer, meaning I work with relational databases. So this web dev thing, it's fun for me. I don't get paid for this. This is not my day job. My day job is working with SQL code. I don't even work with JavaScript or React or any of these tools in my day job at all. I work with just SQL. So this is fun. I'm just this is a blast for me. This is my downtime. All right, so let's put ahead. Let's figure out this paragraph and figure out how we can get this picture like stuck in here. All right, so I want to make sure I get out of my divs. So I'm going to go down here and put my next section. So this next section is going to be formatted more like a standard paragraph, and we can just put it in H1 and give it a class of display 4. This will be our header for this next section, which is history. We can make it bold. And again, standard paragraph, we can use the P tag for that. And I'm going to give it a font size of 2, FS2. Now, in this paragraph, I need a lot of, I mean, if I was building this for a real client, I would be putting in actual stuff. But basically, I just want a bunch of filler text that's going to show me how that text will behave. So a really quick way to do that, just like before we looked at Unsplash, right? We looked at Unsplash, which allows us to access a bunch of completely free images that are also, that are free. These are free for use. So you can use them in your stuff without fear of getting sued, which is always a nice thing. Nobody wants to get sued. So Unsplash is a great way to find images. And for text, if you just want filler text, you can use a lorem ipsum generator. And what that means is it just generates a bunch of filler text in Latin, which is considered standard. So in copywriting, like way back to the ages of newspapers, lorem ipsum is considered filler text, official filler text. And there's a ton of different lorem ipsum generators out there, but you can generate as much as you need to. This one lets you select the number of paragraphs. We're just going to say 1. You generate that. It gives you 1 paragraph of filler text. You can copy it, and you can put it in your project. Yeah, free assets, right? And so this lorem ipsum site is just loremipsum.io. Renit says, isn't lorem built into VS Code? It might be. How do you use it? Oh, and Drunk Local Grandma, they're sharing some resources for mobile development. So if you're interested in that, check that out. Thank you for sharing that. JPM Tech. It's rad. So if I just type lorem, will it? Oh, it'll do it. Okay, neat. I think I want a little bit more though. So I'm going to grab this. This gives me the right amount, but that's cool to know it's built in. Do that. That should be good. But that's rad though. Didn't know that was a thing. Neato. All right, so there's my paragraph. That's the first one. Now, the second one is where we're going to kind of start to get into some fanciness, right? Because we want to make sure that this text is kind of like offset from this picture. So we want the text on the left and we want the picture on the right. And we want them to be spaced apart from each other. So how I'm going to do that is very similar to how I did the opening hours up here. I'm going to have a row. This text and this picture are going to be sharing a row. And then I can have 2 columns, and I can have the text in the left column and the picture in the right. Sort of. Actually, did I use columns here? I don't remember. Let's see. So we'll have a div. It'll have a class of row. Row, if I can spell, my goodness. And inside of this div, yeah, all right, columns. That's right. I did use columns. In the left div, I'm going to have some text. It's going to have a class. Now here we're going to want to be mindful of display size, right? Because what I don't want is if my display shrinks down to like mobile size, I still want everything to be visible, right? I want to see the text. I want to see the image. So I don't want things to get squished. So we can make our columns responsive to screen width as well. And the way we do that is very easy. We can just say call and then large For example, 3. And then call, medium, 4. Call, small, 12. Essentially what this is doing is it's shrinking the space between the elements based on how big our screen is. Oh, lorem. Okay. So you can do lorem star 50 for the like word count. All right. Oh, cool. Okay. I like that. And then text end. And here, oh, and sorry, that's not, I'm on the wrong div. It shouldn't be text end. Small 12. This was just small 12. There we go. So that's all I need for this one because this text is going to be on the left. So again, I'm going to have another paragraph with font size of 2. I just drop that in. Paragraph, font size of 2, and then the text for chef should be in bold. So you could use bold, or actually I should use bold here. I shouldn't use strong. Use bold to keep it consistent. So bold, and then that paragraph there. Now the image on the right is going to be in a second row. Now why is this, what is going on there? Oh, there we go. I clicked a breakpoint. Have another div here with the same number of columns. And in here, I'm going to have my image. So I can use an image tag. And my source here is going to be my chef image. You really like my headband? Oh, thank you. This is actually a channel point reward. So this is from Lalo. Lalo redeemed like 100,000 channel points or something ridiculous to make me wear this. So thank them for that. It was not a small sacrifice. Yeah. So now my image here, I can style it in a variety of ways, but my assets here, I can just add this image to my assets. So if you go to the GitHub code, you can grab the image from there. It's chef.jpg. I'm going to drop it into my assets. It's this guy. Sorry for the jump scare. So my source here is going to be assets and then chef.jpg. You can put an alt here of just like chef. My style, I'm just going to put a little bit of styling here and just say width is going to be 200 pixels. And I'm hard coding this because I want the image to stay the same size. I don't want the image to get like super small on mobile, so I'm hard coding the size at 200 pixels. I don't want this to be responsive. I want it to just be static. And I'm going to give it a class of rounded circle. This will make the image, give it the image a round border, a round frame. Save that. And I think that's good for that section. We'll have a little text below this, but I just want to see, well, we'll put in the remaining text. All right, then my final div here is just going to be a small phrase describing the picture that's going to come below here. So it's just one sentence, and it follows pretty much all the same rules as the previous divs. So
Exadare_ZZ just followed.
oh, sorry, it's my bad. It's not a div. Sorry, it's a paragraph with font size 2. Class font size 2. And it just says, we are proud of our stuff. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Who was that? I missed it. Oh no, I missed your follow. I didn't look in time. Ah. Hang on, I'm finding you. I'm finding you. I must acknowledge the follow. Exeter, ZZ, thank you for the follow. I found you. Sorry. All right, we are proud of our stuff. Looks like a real chef. I know, that's why I liked it, because he looks like a real chef. He's like annoyed that someone is taking his photograph, which I think is great. Yeah. So, and then below that, we have the image of the restaurant. Now, what's interesting is if you look at the source image, it's in color. Hello, color image. A very beautiful image, actually. I really like this. We are proud of our pizza. Yep. Like real chef with a not impressed face. Absolutely. But so the source image here is in color, but in the finished version, it's in black and white. Interesting. So I actually like the way this looks better, like in color, honestly, but for the sake of the exercise, let's make it grayscale. So we can do that. In our image, we're going to say assets, and then source is just going to be restaurant. Our alt text here can just be restaurant. There we go. Our style is going to be width 100%. And so what that's going to do is it's just going to make it as wide as the container. And in this case, our container here, just as a reminder, this 100% refers to only the parent container, kind of like we were talking about M, right? Relative measurements, M. This percentage refers to only the parent. And in this case, that refers to the solid static container that it lives in. So it's never going to hit the edges of the screen because it can only expand as far as its container. All right, now the last thing we want to do here is apply some classes. So class is going to be my-3. Now, this is a deep cut, but this is from early in the stream. Does anybody remember what my means? You can Google it if you want. I won't know. I'll believe you. And then the other class we're going to apply is image grayscale. Now, unfortunately, I don't know of a built-in class that just does, like a built-in Bootstrap class that just does grayscale. Let me know if there is one, but we can define that and we can create a class that turns things into grayscale. Oscrypto says, would script.js be considered as an asset? I don't think so. I think assets are generally more static. Like you're talking about like media, you know, like videos or images, like static elements that you're dumping in at various points. But I'd be curious to hear anybody else's thoughts on that. Just in my mind, I don't see that as an asset, but maybe I'm wrong. Yes, and so my question was, what is MY3? Yeah, and that literally just means y-axis, margin on the y-axis. So in this case, top and bottom. Y-axis is top and bottom. We don't need anything on left and right because our container is already doing that. Our container is shoving the image in from the sides. So we just need a little space on top and bottom. And then we have this image grayscale as well. All right, so let's figure out how to make something grayscale. Let's head on over to our CSS. So the question also was, is the rounded circle class a Bootstrap class or custom? That's actually in Bootstrap, which is kind of nice. So you can frame something in a variety of ways, like 4x3, square or circle or what have you. Yeah, you can add frames to stuff pretty easily, which is nice. There's a lot of built-in Bootstrap stuff to help you work with images, which I find working with images really difficult. And so I like that Bootstrap makes that easier because I suck at working with images. Getting better though. All right, so here is our grayscale. And you'll notice I spell gray with an E. I am American. Yes, I am American, but for some reason I spell gray with an E. So that's fun. That causes problems sometimes, especially in styling. Image grayscale. Did I spell it with an E here? I need to double check. Yeah, I did. All right. Image grayscale. This is a custom tag. And all we need to do to turn something grayscale is just put a filter on it. So kind of like you do with Instagram, right? Instagram filters, you change colors, make things funky. You can just say grayscale 100%. So this makes it fully grayscale. All we're doing is applying a filter over top of the image, not changing the image at all itself. just adding grayscale to it. So here I have to spell it with an A, but it looks wrong. Oh, this is Bootstrap. Yeah, yeah, and I agree. I agree with that assessment DT code. We're talking about assets, and is a script an asset? No. Yeah, I consider scripts like static add-ons that do more for styling, like talking about images, videos, music, that kind of thing. You would dump that into an asset folder, but yeah, I would consider a script like a separate thing. You could have a scripts folder if you have a bunch of little scripts that you're running. Yeah, you could have a scripts folder, but I would consider them separate. Okay, so that's all we need to do there. So let's save it. This is all. This is the only styling we need for this. Everything else is built in. I spell gray both ways. Yeah, it's hard, right? Yeah, I don't know why I spell it with an E. That's not like in the U.S. anyway. I know that in Europe it's often spelled with an E, but in the U.S. the standard spelling is A. Hence why it's spelled with an A here in JavaScript. But I don't know why I spell it with an E. I just think it looks right. All right, so I've saved this. And do I have this running or not? Yeah, I do. Yeah, cool. All right, so that looks good. Oh, nope, that doesn't look right yet. Hang on. Must have missed a tag. Let me reload this. Oh, I bet I didn't save my HTML. That's why. Okay, so image is there. It's grayscale. I just need to fix. I'm missing a tag here, I'm sure. I think I'm missing a justify, maybe. Oh, yeah, I know what I'm missing. I know it. All right, so on the chef image here, so on our image, I want to force this image to be over on the right side. So I can do that by adding just a single tag here and saying text end. Oh, or not. Still not quite right. Okay, hang on. Oh, yeah, that's because I added the wrong tag to this. Tall, small. No, that's fine. Large. Oh, I know what I did here. Okay, it's just the screen. I got the screen sizing wrong. So this should be 9, 8, and 12. I just set the wrong behavior for screen size. So this paragraph was shrinking itself down. So essentially, basically what this is doing is it's offsetting the paragraph and the picture. So when our screen is large, we want the paragraph to take up a bunch of space, and the picture to take up less. And then is when we go to a medium screen, the paragraph gets slightly narrower, and so does the picture. And then small, it's as small as it can be. All right, so we'll save that. That looks better now. There we go. Yay. Oh, is it meter? Let me see if it works. That seems to work. Maybe it can be either one, but I'll change it for consistency. Column medium. Yeah, it seems to accept either MD or MED, and work for both. Ellen says I sometimes spell color as color with a U. Yeah, I personally don't, but I could definitely see how you could if you consume a lot of media from the UK, and I certainly do. Spelling gray is not black and white. Ha ha. Good one. All right, so I think this looks pretty good. We've got our opening hours, we've got our history, we've got our little like offset here with the picture and the text, keeping those aligned. We've got our picture. All right, we're almost done. So I would say saving the best for last. This section here is a form, which is my favorite thing in the world. It's a form. Whoop, whoop, go form. So forms are great. I love forms. They have a lot of really cool behavior, and they're super fun to use. So we get to add a form. We get to add a contact form. Oh yeah, and color also. Sorry, Canada. Also shares a lot of yeah, British spellings as well, which makes sense considering, yeah, history and all that. Um, but here in the U.S., we got to be different, and so we deliberately spell things differently. We also were like super influenced by the French for a while, and we like tried to do everything the French way. So that's kind of interesting. That just made English, even like American English, even weirder than it already is. But anyway, so here we go. Have yet another section with just some generic text, a badge, and a form. And this form also contains a calendar. Drop down, baby. Date and time. Pretty cool. And the amazing thing about this is that pretty much all this behavior for this form is default. The only like extra styling that I'm going to do to this form is just to make the boxes taller and like the text inside like this default text a little bigger. But the only thing I'm going to do is like appearance related. Taller boxes, bigger default text, and that's it. The rest of this is just default form behavior, which I think is really cool. I love forms. Okay, but with that being said, let's take a break, 5 minutes. And when we come back, we will build our form, we'll build our footer, and we will be done. Peachy keen. So if you like forms, come back after the break. 5 minutes on the clock. See you back here in five. Please do get up, stretch if you're able, get yourself something to drink, get yourself a snack. I think I'm going to get myself a little snack, and I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. I'm also going to adjust my cat ears because they're like falling over. All right, see you shortly. Also, feel free to debate the spellings of things in chat as well. I'm enjoying that conversation. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back when you are ready to come on back. Um, get yourself a drink of water, and I left my glass of water over on the other side of the room again. I'm going to get that. Get yourself a drink, get yourself a snack, get yourself whatever you need to stay happy and healthy. I got myself a brownie, and it was delicious. I ate half of it. Okay, folks, I'm going to stop the timer. Stop. There we go. And alrighty. And I said I was gonna like fix my headband thing, but I got excited by the brownie and I forgot, so that's okay. My hair is all frazzled, but we'll live with it. I can just do this. Yeah, let's fix that. There we go. That'll do. Perfect. Okay. Funny to see. I picked up three viewers from a hair flip. I can see why this, is lucrative for people. But I prefer to write code. All right. Um, so before the break, what did we do? Uh, we essentially coded this entire purple part of our site, right? We got the about, we got our opening hours all spaced out real nice. We got our paragraph, we got our image of our slightly annoyed looking chef. We got our lovely splash image. We turned it grayscale, right? This image is not grayscale, but we made it grayscale using a filter, which I think is pretty cool. Filters are fun. Um, and then now we have another section coming up next, which is a form. Yeah, I need like a little form celebration alert. I love them so much. So let's do our form and yeah, make it pretty. Forms and hair flips, I'm sold. Time to normalize the cat ears. I'm afraid not. Dr. Moto highlighted Dr. Moto highlighted their message and just said form. It's like that one TikTok about Blockbuster where it's just like block. I love that. Anyway, form time. So I'm gonna make sure I'm in the right div here. Div. Yep, div to div. There we go. Okay, so time to start a new section. And we're going to call this section contact. Now, you might have noticed if you looked at the GitHub code that there is another section between these two that's just like an image, like a big splash image. And I decided not to include that because I don't like those. If but that's up to you. You could definitely include that if you wanted to put like a map. That would be a good spot for like a Google Map embed. If you wanted to put that there, like it's just a big splash image of like a map, but I don't like those, so I chose not to include it. But I did leave it in place and commented it out if you want to do something with that. So contact. I think those types of images are mostly just filler, but hey, it's up to you. Your site, right? Now here we're going to have another fluid container, right? Because we're going to use that because we want this gray background to just fill the whole available space, right? So container fluid is an easy way to do that. Container fluid. Our BG here is just going to be BG. I call this secondary because I was trying to do like a color thing originally. I don't know, like a color pattern, but yeah, it probably should just be background gray. But you can change that if you want to. Text is going to be white. Again, padding on the y-axis is going to be 5, just to make sure there's adequate space inside of these sections, away from the borders. And then font size overall is going to be 2. Now the ID for this is going to be contact. ID equals contact. ID equals contact, because this is again going to link to from our nav bar. We can click on contact in the nav bar. It will link to this section of the page. Always need a form. Engineer more. Once we're done with this whole thing, we can go back and revisit why the menu items and why those aren't working. Certainly can. All right, contact. All right, so inside of here, again, we're going to do a similar thing like we did before. We're going to have another div with a class of container. It's going to be a hard container. It's going to have rigid boundaries, so that we always keep a lovely border on the outside of our elements. Everything inside of that is going to be, it's just, like I said before, it's like it's like a bucket, right? A bucket has hard edges and it keeps everything where it should be. So container is going to be solid. And our H1 here is just going to be the header for this section. So we're going to say class text center display 2 and margin bottom of 5. Contact. And then just a regular old paragraph. I don't have to do any styling on this paragraph because it is inheriting its style, or its basically its font size from its parent div. So this div is passing down this font size value to this paragraph, similar to any of the following paragraphs that we're going to do. So below that, we'll have another paragraph. And if we look at this one, so this is paragraph 1. This is the one we just did. This next paragraph has a badge in it, right? And this badge has sized itself small. It's been small to match the rest of the text around it, right? And that works because of the way we set up the badge sizing. And that works because we set badge sizing to be inherited from the parent. So whatever the parent font size is, in this case FS2, the badge is going to size itself to match because we used M, relative units M, in order to size all of our badges. So that's helping us even much later in the process. Sadie thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. All right, so we can give this a class of badge, which is going to automatically size itself to fit the rest of the text. And then BG dark, this could be whatever color you want. And FYI as the text. And then after that is just the rest of the text in the paragraph, which is just some nonsense about catering. I'm going to copy and paste that. Also, I see some folks just joined us. If we're pretty deep into a project, but you can be too. I have the code, the finished code, up on GitHub. It is free for you to use. Take this template and do whatever you want with it. Exclamation point project for a link to the finished code. If you've got a client that's, if you're a freelancer, you've got a client that's a restaurant, take this, do whatever you want with it. Shapestar says, is this vanilla? It is vanilla JavaScript because we have very little scripting going on here. There's only a script. The scripts are only used for one section. It's HTML, Bootstrap, and a little bit of CSS on top for some custom styles. Dr. Moda says, I got my first client. It's my sister. She needs a real estate website. That's awesome. I love it. All right, so we've got our badge. We've got our paragraph. So we'll save that. And yeah, that looks pretty good. Looking good. Got our little badge there, paragraph. I'm going to charge her a grillion books. Be nice to your sister, but not too nice. Charge her a fair amount. And then below that, we just have one more paragraph, which is just reserve, and then reserve a table. So just more text. It's not reserve a table or send us a message. Now, the fun part, form time. Form time, baby. Let's go. JavaScript for the contact form. I don't have this form wired up to anything. Um, yeah, it's not wired up to anything. I just, yeah, there's nothing here. So you could use JavaScript for this, especially, and we've done that a lot on this stream. So if you want to know how to wire up a form and save that data to a database or whatever, we've done a ton of projects on this stream where we do that, where we actually build a backend and we wire up a an API and or something of that nature, and we write data to a database. Um, so if you want to know how to do that, tons of full. I mostly have full stack projects in my archive. So exclamation point YouTube if you want my full archive. But today, this form is not going to be wired up to anything. Yeah, so we'll just leave action blank. Um, and then target doesn't have to be anything either. Target can just be blank. Oopsie. I like writing to JSON. Yeah, you can do that as well. Shapestar, that's what you use for your first website, Vanilla JS and Bootstrap? Yeah. See, there's nothing wrong with this. A lot of folks are like, oh, in order to get a decent looking website, you have to use a framework or you have to use all these tools. And you don't. You really don't. Do the tools make things easier? Yeah, absolutely. But I would say that this looks decent, right? It has a lot of good functionality. It can do stuff, you know, it's capable. It does what it needs to do, not anything extra. And I think that's pretty cool. All right, so form. Inside the form, what do we, okay, I'm going to ask you guys. Inside of form, if we want to have boxes to put stuff in, what do we call those? What are those? So we have our form shell, but we need to put stuff in it, right? So what do we call the things that go in a form? Or these types of things? Someone paid you $300. Yeah, absolutely. Get that money. Yeah, they're inputs. Exactly. These are input boxes. But we can tell that you can do things to these inputs to make them different. So for example, this one does numbers. This one is a calendar, right? This one just does plain text. These two just do plain text. So the magic in forms is how you can customize them. From a very limited set of elements, you can do a lot of heavy customization. Actually, I do need to wrap this in a div just for styling purposes. So we're going to wrap each input box in a div like that. And like that. Okay. Our first box is just going to be text, but we are going to give it a class just because I mentioned before I wanted to do some styling here to make them bigger. And it's going to have a class of form control extra large. Now, extra large is a class that we're going to define just to make it bigger. That's all it is. It's just size. Now, form control essentially just assigns it to like an element of the form. It attaches this input box to the form itself. Now, what do I do if I want there to be some text in here by default, right? So this box already has text in it, but it's not real text. I can't highlight it or anything. I can't do anything with it. It's just kind of like in the background until I start typing. So like this. So what do we call that? Yeah, we call that placeholder text. Exactly. So you may not have known that you can do this, and I'm sure most of you did, but there might be some folks out there who didn't. And so if you want some default text to show up, but not get in the way of the person trying to type, because I've seen forms before where they have like text in there by default, but it's like actual text, and you have to highlight it and hit like backspace to get rid of the text, and it's so annoying. So you don't have to do that. Just use the placeholder attribute and put whatever you want in there, and it won't get in anybody's way. Now, you can also control how the form behaves. So, for example, in this form, if somebody's going to submit something to me, there's certain stuff I need to have, right? I got to have certain things. Name, I would say, is one of those things. I need to know like what to call this person who's trying to contact the restaurant. And so in order to do that, you can add the required property. So that means that the form can't be submitted without that specific element being populated. Yeah, exactly. The property that actually fills this in with a real text is called value. So that's like a default entry value versus this, which is just a guideline of what to put in the box. Yeah, exactly. Placeholder versus value. Mm-hmm. All right. Name is required. And then from here, we can kind of copy and paste a little bit of this. So I'm just going to copy and paste it. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times. 2, 3, 4. We're going to change some values here, but oh crud! And I forgot this div should have a margin bottom of 3. So class MB3. Just drop that in there. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. All right. So name is first, and then followed by another type of text box. And this one only allows numbers. So if I say type of number, what that does is it forces the box to only accept numeric values, and it adds a little like clicker, like a ticker. So you can click the arrows if you want. I don't know of any human who has ever done that, whoever like actually uses these arrows, but maybe some humans out there do, and so it's a nice feature to have. But so input type is number, form control extra large, and then placeholder is how many people. And since it's a placeholder, you can have this be text even though the field is numeric only, which is nice. And the name of this is going to be people. D-Rock says, so when she starts typing, the name placeholder just disappears. Yep, that's what placeholders do. They hold the place until you actually start entering your own data. Yeah, and the ticker, I think you're right. The ticker is probably mostly for accessibility. For folks that maybe can't type or are using alternative input methods, it might be easier for them to access these kind of static arrows versus trying to enter a specific value. So, sure. Yep. Okay, so text, number. Now, the next one is pretty cool. This is built in capability. That whole calendar thing, this right here, this thing right here, this whole big ass calendar with all these features, that's friggin' built into forms. How cool is that? I don't know. I love that. So we just changed this to type date time local, and it's going to give us that calendar. And placeholder here is going to be date and time. And required name is going to be, let's see, this is going to be date. Now, one more property we need to add here is what type of format we want, or what format we want this to be in. Hate when those calendars don't have it selected for years and you have to scroll back a bunch. Yeah. So the value by default should be today's date. Now, and I'll admit, I didn't know you could do this, like this date time local thing. Yeah, I didn't know you could do this. So the place where I copied it from was from like 2020. So yeah, I need to put in today's date here. So the code in GitHub has like 2020 because that's where I just copied this date time local thing from because I was like, what the heck is this? But we can put in today's date, which is 09/17. And then we have to put in the time code, which is, let's see, do I want to put in, I guess by default, I'd probably want something like 6 p.m. So that's 1800 hours. We'll say that. Yeah, I think I got that right. Okay. And then for the very last one, we're actually going to change this. This is actually going to be a button instead because forms need a button to work properly. So type of that button is going to be submit, which is a default type of button. And submit, what submit does is it gives that button certain properties. It gives that button the ability to actually send form data somewhere else. So that's why, these forms always have a button, because submit button sends that data, whether it's to an API or to a URL or whatever. It sends it somewhere, post request or whatever. And this button is going to have some styling. So class. Imagine coding that calendar part yourself. Yeah, no, I ain't doing that. That would suck. I never knew that about the calendar. I didn't either. Isn't that cool? I love learning stuff. Forms are so cool. I keep finding features. Jock48, thank you for the follow.
Jock48 just followed.
This is going to be button light, button large, button block. And what button block is going to do, not clock, block, is it's going to make it like the width of the stuff above it. So essentially it's going to make it the width of the form. Button block, and then font size 2. Make the default font size bigger. And then the text is just going to be send message. Okay. That should do it. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah, we could probably just do, let's do that and see if, can we do, wait, would I need to put that in quotes? Would I do this? Date dot now? I don't know. I'm just curious. We'll see what happens. Doesn't matter. All right. Yay, form. Okay, it's missing some styling, but really it's just the sizing issue, right? And I'm missing an entry box, I think. Am I? Or am I not? Oh, where's my numeric box? My numeric box is gone. Okay, so that default date did work. Oh, neat. Yeah, it worked. Thanks for the suggestion. It picked today's date and my local time. It didn't put it in like 24-hour clock, but that's okay. I don't think the other one did either. I prefer 24-hour clock. I know I don't have it on my like on this particular machine, but like my work machine's in 24-hour clock. I prefer that. Here in America, we call that military time, because only the military uses it. I did not expect that to work in quotes. The reason I tried it that way was because that's what we did up higher. We did that up here. For our href right here. For setting that to void, that worked in quotes too. So that's why I tried it this way. And it did. Yeah. Okay. Class, form control, placeholder, All right. Why is I want to figure out why my number box isn't working. Text, input. Oh, is it working? Wait, maybe I'm okay. I'm missing a box. Hang on. Oh, message. My last box. Message box.
Purple Elf just rated with 54 viewers.
Purple Elf. What the what? Good to see you, my friends. Ah, nice. Good to see you. Raid message. Hey, Dr. Moto. Were you just here? Oh. Hi, folks. What have you guys been doing today? We're building a static site for a restaurant. So if you are a freelancer and you have a client that's a restaurant, you can use this template yourself. Do !project in chat if you want to see the finished code. We're almost done, actually. We're just finishing up a form, which is at the very bottom. This is the finished version, so I think it looks pretty good. Yeah, it's just a compact little static site. It's made message. Hey, Purple Love. I'm doing well. I hope you are as well. All right. You might need to just a little guy. You might need to wait to the command needs to reset. So try it in another few seconds. But yeah, this is a cool static site. It's fully responsive on mobile. It's got some lovely little animations and links. So this is the menu here for this restaurant. We can click through and page through the menu with various tabs, some lovely hover behavior, text formatting, images, a contact form, and a lovely footer. So it's got some good functionality. And I think most importantly, it works perfectly fine on mobile, just like it does at full screen. So that's, for me, that's one of the most important things about modern websites, is they need to be fully responsive to whatever screen size you're using. Yeah. So once again, if you want to see the code, it is yours to use. You can use this, modify it, take it, take it and do stuff with it. Use it for a client. I don't care. It's yours. The finished code is on my GitHub.
Juan Cruz underscore 2 just
Jan
followed.
Cruz, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. A. Owen says, love a static site. Using any frameworks or SSGs. We're using Bootstrap. That's really the most complicated thing we're doing. Just Bootstrap for help with styling because I'm not good with vanilla CSS by itself. I need a little help.
Lara Garter 12 just followed.
Okay, I realized I was missing a box in my form, so I'm just going to pop that in there. It's just another text box. Again, form control, extra large. We've got our placeholder message, and its name is message, so nothing special there. We'll save that. Now, I need to make my form boxes bigger. They are too small right now. The text inside them is too small. So I'm going to need to do just a titch of custom CSS to make them a little bit bigger. Owen Dev says, which version of Bootstrap? Whichever the newest one is, whatever it is. Let me look at the link here. Whatever the newest one is. Bootstrap 5.3.2 in the CDN. I just grabbed whatever the most recent link was. Yeah, 5.3.2. Mm-hmm. Owen says, I'm still on 4. Moving to 5 broke my site. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's rough. Don't you hate it when upgrades to something break your site? That's why at work we're still using WinForms for VB.NET apps. That's good stuff. Love me some WinForms. All right, now let's get our styling done. So this will be the last styling element that we're doing for the whole site. Oh, and Dev, thank you for the follow.
Just followed.
Hey, Largardure. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome, Jock48. Welcome, Jan Cruz. All right, so the last little bit of custom styling we're going to do here is XL form boxes. And our class name is just extra large. And our height is going to be 60 pixels. Again, I'm hard coding this value just because I want it to stay the same height no matter how big or small our screen is. I always want the boxes to be big enough that you can read them and easily type in them, especially when you're on mobile and you're, clicking on stuff with your thumbs. So, and our font size here, oops, font size. I have the font size set as rem, but that was more from when I was still trying to figure out how big the form should be. So, you could always set that as a static size if you wanted. Yeah. Because I think it's going to look a little funky. No, it looks okay. It's fine. Yeah, it's okay. All right. So, yeah, this is our demo version. All right, good. I think it looks good. I dig it. Owen says, I get the feeling I can definitely learn stuff here. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, good to have you here. So Jock48 asks, is there a reason to use a link to Bootstrap rather than include it as part of your files? I think it depends on what you're doing. So for a fiddly little site like this, there's no need to install Bootstrap and get all the get everything in the file structure or anything like that. I didn't see the need to do that when I can just link right to the library that I need. I'm also not making use of anything particularly crazy from Bootstrap either. So perfectly fine to link to it. I think if you're really making an app that you're going to bundle together, you probably want to install it directly. But in my case, for this little site, just link to it. Happy learning indeed. Yeah, that's what we do here. Normally, if you're new here, good to have you, by the way. So what I do is I stream full stack web development with 100 devs. You may have heard of them. Yeah, and I am a member of the 100 Dev stream team. So meaning when the classes are going on, I focus on 100 Devs class content. However, since 100 Devs has been on hiatus from live classes for over a year now, I've been focusing on more advanced topics like React, uh, more complex full stack applications. Yeah, we do a lot of React. We've been working with more frameworks. Um, we've been playing around with more databases, such as relational databases. And so, yeah, we've been doing some more advanced projects. If you're interested in the kind of stuff that I do, or if you want to learn SQL, check out my YouTube archive, which is exclamation point YouTube in chat. That'll give you a link to my channel. The best part is that all my videos are ad free, so you will not get ads when you are watching videos on my channel, on my YouTube channel, because it is not monetized. So hopefully that makes your viewing experience more fun and more educational. All right. And also, too, my day job is I am a SQL developer. So I teach web development here on the evenings and weekends. But the thing I get paid for is writing SQL code. So this is my hobby. Dr. Moda says you can hack together a Google form to deposit form data to a Google spreadsheet. Been doing that for a couple of years for one of my sites. Yeah, there's a bunch of ways you can collect form data. So one thing I built for work in a previous role was collecting form data via Microsoft Forms on an internal SharePoint site, like not the crappy old SharePoint sites, but like SharePoint Online, which is actually pretty good. Local Ewok, thank you for the
The
follow.
local Ewok just followed.
You're a SQL dev too. That's rad. Nice. So yeah, in a previous role, I built a forms thing. Then I automated it. I used Microsoft Power Automate to pipe that form data into a bunch of separate SharePoint locations, formatted in all a bunch of different ways, and even build some Excel spreadsheets from that form data, like from scratch. And fill out some Excel templates, which was a pretty fun task. And so yeah, Google Forms, Microsoft Forms, they can all be really powerful. Yeah, if you want to build kind of a out of the box type tool to meet your client's needs. So there are other options out there. You don't have to build this stuff from scratch. You can use existing tools such as Microsoft Forms, Google Forms, and do some cool stuff. Local Ewok says we primarily use SQL to clean data and stick it into presentable dashboards in Power BI. Yeah, that's a kind of a part of my job. I'm mostly an ETL developer, so I build data pipelines, getting data from a bunch of different. So I work for a major university, and so we get data coming in from you know tons of different sources, whether it's online surveys, students swiping into like the gym. Tuition payments, class registrations, everything flows through my team. And so we have to build the pipelines to get that data from its source, clean it up because a lot of it's garbage. Route it to where it needs to go, format it into the appropriate table structures and stars. We use Kimball stars, and yeah, make it presentable and available to our customers who are mostly analysts, data analysts and data scientists. So yeah, it's really fun. I like it a lot. Okay, so we've got our form done. I think that looks good. Now, the very last thing to do here is the footer, which is like 2 lines. So, and there's no extra styling. Yay, footer. All right, so for our footer, I hardly know her. So our footer is just going to use nothing but built-in styles. We're going to give it center the text, BG dark, text white, and padding on the y-axis of 4. And inside of there, we're going to just have 2 paragraphs for 2 lines. Our first paragraph is going to have a class of FS3 and no margin on the bottom. And for me, this was just crediting for the original layout, because although I built this from scratch using Bootstrap, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. However, the look of it is inspired by a free template that I found on W3. So this has my version has several different sections, styling and behavior, but the overall layout was inspired by this template that I found on W3. So I wanted to give proper credit to that. It is a free template. I did not steal I didn't steal the layout of paid content or anything. It's a free template that's free for use by them. I just recoded the entire thing from their weird proprietary W3 CSS format to like regular Bootstrap and CSS and JavaScript. Because shoehorning, I think it's kind of scummy when you shoehorn people who are learning into like a format that's not widely used. Because then they get pigeonholed and they go to work for somebody else and they're like, I don't know how to use this, the thing that everybody else uses. So that's why I wanted to recode this template, because I like it. I wanted to recode it into something more common like Bootstrap, because there's nothing worse than learning a tool and then realizing that nobody else uses it. And I'm not saying that nobody uses W3 CSS, but it's much less widely used than something like Bootstrap. So you should learn what other folks are using, because that gives you the most chance at getting a job and getting clients. Owen says, I built my site with Hugo from a free theme. I've changed it up a lot since I launched it, but by trade I'm a writer. Oh, neat. Yeah. As so many folks in tech, and I'd be curious, Raiders, if you agree. So many folks in tech come from just really like interesting and varied backgrounds. And like my manager at work right now he has a sociology degree. One of my coworkers has a journalism degree. I don't have a CS degree. Uh, so yeah, folks just come from everywhere and get into tech, and I think that's really cool. But Ewok says, techie question for you then. What do you prefer to use in SQL? Alphabetical order. Alphabetical order to avoid my own bias coming through. CTs, subqueries, temp tables. What I find myself using most often, and some of it is the limitations of the tools that we use to build our pipelines. I find myself using subqueries. Because if I'm doing something like working in the tool that I'm working, it has to, like, I can't build a temp table and then read from that. I have to do a subquery and just do everything at once. So subqueries, I would say, is what I find myself using most often. IM says, may I ask if you are a self-taught developer? Yes, I am. Like I said, I don't have a CS background. I did not write any code prior to graduating from college. I tried to take a coding class in college and I sucked at it. Like, legitimately sucked. I did not understand a single thing that was happening in that class. It was a Java class. It was bad. Yeah, and I basically spent several years thinking that I was too dumb to code. Um, and I have a lot of self confidence. I'm a positive person. I just thought, you know what? I just don't have the brain that can code. I just can't do that. People with CS degrees can do that, but I can't. Yeah, I was super wrong. I started learning SQL on the job. Started using it more and more. Starting getting involved with things like software administration. Eventually applied for a senior dev job and got it. And that's the job I have now as a senior SQL dev. I started learning web development on the side through 100 Devs. And yeah, so now I can do all of it. I can do web development, I can do SQL, I can do whatever I want, because nobody is limited by their background when it comes to coding. IM says, I've been judged for not holding a degree. Then those people are idiots. Most people in tech do not have a CS degree. And some people in tech don't even have a degree at all. I know of a very senior developer at my work who does not even have any college education. They came straight out of high school, and they are now considered one of the experts in their niche of what they do. So they're like the go-to person, the person that knows the stuff. So yeah, absolutely hot garbage. You do not need a degree. You do not need a CS degree, especially. Because I mean, as soon as you graduate, it's out of date anyway, right? Especially like a CS degree is going to be out of date the moment you graduate. So Ebook says fair enough. Subqueries are my absolute least favorite. Yeah, like I say, it's the tools we use. They have to be done that way. So, uh, Owen says I started out as a newspaper reporter. Oh, so did my coworker. They, like I said, journalism degree. Then I was a Marlin Spike sailor. I also worked for a newspaper for a while. Yeah, I was a copy editor. Um, yeah, I did copy editing, which was really fun. That's a bit extreme. You're a marlin spike. I assume that's someone who fishes for marlins. Is that right? Like marlin the fish? That's really cool. Real quick here, the last part of this footer that we did, very simple, just another paragraph. It's just a credit for me there, built with Bootstrap by, and then a link to my Twitter, also exclamation point Twitter, if you want to follow me. With a link there. Yeah. All right, we'll save that. We'll see how it looks. I think it'll look fine. Yeah, looks good. Oh, I forgot some text. Sorry, hang on. Original design inspired by W3 Schools, with a link to that, and then a link to my Twitter. However, if you use this template, you can replace that with whatever you want. I always love if you credit me on stuff, but I certainly don't require it. Everything on my GitHub is it's out there, it's public because I want you to use it. So all these templates, they're yours to use. If you think this would be useful, modify the crap out of it, make it better, improve your design. And yeah, let's go ahead and also populate the rest of these menu items because right now we only have one on each, but we'll just fill the rest of those in. Prof Prodigy says, "Hey, sorry to ask something in my first message, but my manager said I'm fired if I don't figure this out." My goodness, that seems a bit extreme. We're trying to create a web IDE for some .NET code. Any tips on reflecting and transpiling .NET code into TypeScript? I only just recently started learning .NET, like a month ago, so I'm afraid I don't have that level of experience. However, if somebody else in chat is familiar with transpiling or knows like a good, I don't know, transpiler that can help with that, please do help Prodigy out. They sound like they need it. Owen says, I only got my master's because I was sick of people saying, "What do you know? You're just a writer." Pff, boo. Steel Toad says, yeah, I think only about 10% of the devs I've ever worked with um, have had degrees. Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. I think tech is one of the most inclusive, background inclusive fields there is. It really doesn't matter what your background is. It matters what you can do, what you can build, what you can create. And I think that's really freaking cool. Oh, okay. Marlin spike means tall ships and classic boats, big things with sails. Marlin spike, is that because the masts look like the nose on a marlin, like the long nose on a marlin? Is that why it's called marlin spike? Carrot says, would you mind giving advice on how to style? Oh boy. I don't know that I'm the person for that. To me, it's the most difficult part of programming. The only times it was easy was when I got a Figma design. However, I find myself spending an absurd amount of time styling versus the functionalities of my project. Yeah, I'm a back end dev. I don't know if you want me recommending stuff, but I can recommend some general principles. So for me, anyway, the general principles of style are usability. Norton PJR, thank you for the follow.
Norton PJR just followed.
Are usability and readability first. Um, so usability, meaning what are the features of your site? Like what are the things that people need to know? So let's look at this restaurant website that we just built. What are the things that people need to know? They need to know what the restaurant is, what menu items it has, what is the phone number, what are the hours, and how do I get in touch with them? Right? And so several of these things, or well, I think pretty much all of these things, we have right up front. So it immediately tells you what type of restaurant it is. Now, ideally, you'd have a logo here if this was real. But big image of pizza, clearly pizza or Italian or something. And then we have a little blurb about the hours right here. Now, there's more about the hours farther down right here, but right here on the main page on mobile, it would be the first screen you would see as well. Hours, phone number. And then we immediately allow you to navigate directly to the menu as well. And there's also, usability and readability. Clear font, easy to read at any size, right? I can still see this even if I was on mobile. Everything's nice and big. Also nice and clear. I'm using a sans serif font. Um, not crazy. If you look back at the original, like the one where I got the design from, it's not a good font. It's not clear. Um, it looks like kind of fun, but like this is really hard to read. So I disagree with that. I don't think that's good design. Um, I think it should be readable, it should be usable, and those are the main principles. Everything else is just extra. Anything else beyond that is just frills. It's sprinkles on top. And yeah, it should be readable, usable, and accessible too. So things like alt text on images, right? There should be alt text on these images. Um, yeah, readable, usable, accessible. Those are the three principles that I would agree with. Anything else is just, you know, fluff on top. But hey, that's personal opinion coming from a back end dev. So there are many way better designers out there who probably have much stronger opinions. Uh, Opus says if .NET supports compiling to WASM, you likely want that, though I'm not sure it does. Sure, yeah, take anybody that can that has some experience in that, definitely. Marlin Spike is a pointy metal tool. I guess it does look like a bit like a fish nose. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Opus says UX first. Yeah, UX meaning user experience. So how does the user feel when they are, using the site? They should feel good. They should feel like they're getting what they need from your site as quickly as possible. It should not be difficult.
I just followed.
And we were talking about that a little bit earlier in the stream. That's a problem that I find that a lot of restaurant websites in particular have, is they try to be super fancy. Like they'll have a bunch of really high res images that take forever to load, bunch of big gifs and carousels everywhere, and really terrible fonts. And like all I'm looking for is a link to the menu and their phone number, or their hours or whatever, and I can't even find that. And I get really frustrated by those types of sites because it's just not necessary. Most people are the people accessing those sites are hungry, and they don't have the mental capacity to click around and try to figure out where their hours are. They're going to get bored or too hangry to care, and they're going to go somewhere else. Yeah, exactly. We want accessibility. Yeah, you can get sued like dominoes if your site isn't accessible. Absolutely. There's certain accessibility standards. Yep. Thank God it's personal projects. Yeah. Yes, you can test accessibility with Lighthouse, which is built into Chrome. I'm not here for the site I want to eat. Yeah, that's the point, right? I think that's why so many successful restaurants have really 1995 sites, because nobody cares. Remember when every restaurant website had a Flash web page that took forever to load? Some of it, the thing that has replaced that is photo carousels, with way too many photos that don't tell you anything about the restaurant. Yeah, and they take forever, and they're way too big. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, dark mode. Yeah. All right. So last thing here, let's just finish up with our menu items. You can get these from the GitHub. Moobot, just put it on the screen there. But if you need it, you can do !project, and you can just copy and paste these bad boys. Engineer more if you're still here. I know you're having trouble with your JavaScript earlier, getting that to work. Let me know if you still need help with that, if you're still figuring that out. All right, so I have just grabbed the whole bit. And if you're looking at the GitHub code, the part you want to copy is the part with the comment that says menu container. You can just grab all of that, and I'm just going to replace that in my code here. So this whole bit here, this should contain all of the menu items. Hopefully I didn't change anything else. I honestly don't remember. Yeah, all right, we got Meat Town. Oh, Meat Town is back, baby. I love it. Meat Town. Never gets old. So yeah, now we can click through all these, and if you are just joining us and you're copying the GitHub code, there is JavaScript that makes this work. So don't forget to look inside of the script.js file, um, and make sure you get that in place as well. There's scripts and custom styles that make this behave properly. So you'll need to have all three. You need to have your HTML, your script, and the custom CSS. It only took 5 hours to get to Meat Town. Hey, it's all about the journey, not the destination. The journey to Meat Town was arduous, but worth it. Owen says, I use JPEG Optim on all my images. Oh, I'll have to check that out. I've not heard of that. Is Meat Town close to Flavor Town? Is it drivable? I'd say so. Oh, kills me. All right, well, there's the whole shebang. I think it looks pretty good, if I do say so myself. And yeah, once again, take this code, modify the crap out of it. Like I said, I'm sure there's so many designers, folks with real design ability out there in the audience, that see all the things that they want to improve about this, and you can take the code is out there on my GitHub. Grab it, use it for yourself, use it for your clients, make it whatever you want it to be, and it is yours. 'Twas a delicious journey. Yes, indeed. I'm glad. Let me make sure. Yeah, I did. Did I test all my links? I did. Yeah. Okay. Those all work. Good beans. Cool. No worries, Too Swift. I find so what I found is that the more kindness you put out in the world, the more you get back. Sometimes it takes a while. You're not. It's not an immediate like gratification thing. Sometimes it takes a while to return dividends, but it always does.
Shboda just followed.
Jabota, thank you for the follow. In the end, it always does. So it's worth it. You get what you put out there. All right. Any questions? Doesn't have to be about this, could be about general stuff. It's all good. Once again, helpful links for you. Exclamation point GitHub for my entire GitHub. Exclamation point project for just this code for this project. Exclamation point YouTube for my YouTube channel. For my YouTube channel, which has, I think, like a year and a half worth of streams at this point on it. So, and I upload to that about once a month. I upload a fresh batch of streams. Can I DM you my pet project at the end to look at, or whoop, my phone just went off. Oh, okay. Cancel my what? Cancel my what? My watch is reminding me to cancel something, and I don't know what it is because the text is cut off. Cancel what? Oh. Oh yeah, engineer, no worries. Check the GitHub. I'm sure it'll fix the problem. Yeah, so let's see. GitHub project, YouTube. Um, what else do I have? Oh yeah, if you're interested in how I learned to be a web developer, check out 100 Devs. It's a free, truly free way to become a web developer knowing absolutely nothing. When I started 100 Devs, I literally knew nothing but SQL. Like, you could say the word HTML, and I wouldn't be able to tell you what that was. I did not know what it was, did not understand it. I never had like a Neopets phase where I learned a little HTML or anything like that. I didn't have good enough internet as a kid. So yeah, 100 Devs taught me web development, and now I'm just building like full stack stuff with React every weekend. So it's good stuff, and it is free. And I don't mean that like free, I mean truly free. Check out Learn with Leon on YouTube if you want to see what that's about. You can also do exclamation point Leon here, which will give you links to the 100 Devs website, which is not super great. It's being updated, so I would check out the Discord, and also YouTube is Learn with Leon, and it is truly free. I'll take the space out of there. Learn with Leon, no spaces. Yeah, and it is truly free, 100%. I'm a partner streamer with 100 Devs, and I can attest to that. So that's why I stream for them, because it is free, and I would not be streaming for them if it was anything else other than free. Real Carrot says, I wrote my first code in Tumblr and I never knew I was coding. Isn't that the best? Yeah, that's the best way to learn stuff when you're actually when you're actually applying it. That's why on my stream we build stuff every single time, or almost every single time. We build something, and that's the best way to learn how to do something. Um, if you're just listening to somebody talk about something and explain it to you, like for me, that I can't learn that way. So, for example, at work right now, um, I'm learning how to build VB.net applications because the person that traditionally built our internal applications is retiring. And so we have a crap ton of code to maintain all of a sudden, and we're all SQL developers. Like this isn't our wheelhouse necessarily. And so we're all suddenly having to scramble to learn VB.net just to maintain these applications. And this person was sharing their knowledge with us, like talking to us and giving us lectures on VB.net, which is incredibly generous and lovely. But I was not, sorry, I was not just picking up what they were putting down. And so finally, I just said, I got to build something so I can learn this. And so that's how I've been learning it. Is I've been building applications with VB.net just to help me learn the concepts. Oh, it says I'm not streaming now because I'm writing docs and no one wants to watch that. Oh, documentation. Maybe people would watch if you wore cat ears. Yeah, I mean, hey, ain't bad, right? Carrot says, "Can I ask how to approach interviews? At the boot camp, I learned JS, React, and Ruby. I'm confident that I can handle a junior position. Authentication is still my nightmare. Yeah, I'm studying data structures and algorithms, and sometimes I get questions I have no idea how to study for. Like I was asked, what is single sign on? And if the servers are running slow after code was pushed, how would I troubleshoot? Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be questions that are going to blindside you. Um, if you're prepping for interviews, I would suggest, so the nice thing about 100 devs, and this will be, I'm not trying to harp this too much, but the nice thing about 100 devs is it teaches you the technical skills and the interview skills, like stuff like data structures and algorithms, and how to make your LinkedIn better and how to make your GitHub better and more attractive to employers. So just putting that out there. But yeah, as far as like interview questions, you're never going to be 100% prepared, but you can find like repositories of common questions out there that you can study the answers to. 100 Devs actually has a repository like that. It's called the Bank, and it's literally just a giant bank of interview questions. And you can find that on our Discord. It's like, I forget how many, it's like 100 questions or something like that, which is that kind of thing. Need some wolf ears. I almost bought some. Yeah, I did. Yeah, but you're never going to be 100% prepared. But yeah, the more you can practice ahead of time, the better. Um, And what I would suggest too is make note, like make sure you're writing down the questions that don't go well, not to like punish yourself or anything, but so that you never get them wrong again. You should be writing those down, figuring out what the answer is, figuring out why the answer is. Why did they want to know that? Like what's the rationale? Why did they ask that question? What's the rationale behind it? Are the types of jobs that I'm applying for are they like are they reliant on this particular technology that they were asking about? In which case, I should study that a little bit more. Or was it just an overzealous, HR person asking about stuff they had no idea about? In that case, maybe I learned the answer and I move on. But some part of the question is, why did they ask that? What is it for? Is it necessary for your job? Then yeah, you should probably learn it. And as Owen says, there's no substitute for industry experience. They wants to hire people who are already trained instead of investing in people. Yeah, that's a hard part. So some of it is the legwork we do ourselves. Just like I was saying, you got to practice those questions. Just know the answers, know the why of the answers. Look for just a big old bank of questions out there, and they exist. The bank, like I said, 100 Devs has what's called the bank, which is a huge list of interview questions. But there's other ones out there that aren't affiliated. Um, and so, the outside of industry experience, the best thing you can do is stuff like this. Just build projects for your portfolio, learn stuff, have stuff that you can show off and be proud of. have a portfolio that you're proud of, have a passion project, have an app that means something to you, like that you can talk about and get excited about, not like a calculator or tic-tac-toe. um, have an app that has a personal connection to what you're passionate about, and then you will be passionate in an interview. When you talk about it, you'll get excited. The interviewer will see that and they'll be like, wow, this person really cares about what they're doing. So outside of actually working in the industry, that's probably the best thing you can do. Nasir says, for prior experience, non-software related, does it get rid of the smell for your first software role interview? Well, I mean, everybody starts at some point, right? You shouldn't exclude your prior job experience from your resume and go in like you're just a total noob. If you've worked somewhere else before, put that on your resume. But think about, what are the skills, like what are the soft skills that you gain from that job. If you were in the restaurant industry, you learned how to manage your time, you learned how to manage stress. You learned how to manage logistics of a busy dining room. Um, you learned a ton of valuable skills. You learned project management. You know, you can have, like Mother's Day specials and stuff like that, where that's a project in itself. You learned how to work with a team. You learned how to lead others, and that's just somebody working in the restaurant industry. I mean, there's all sorts of other jobs out there that are tremendously valuable skills as far as that apply to like the tech industry and software development. So a lot of folks are, wary or ashamed of their past experience if it's not in tech, and I think that makes you more valuable. The Unity apocalypse rolls on. uh, reaction videos, but yeah. Owen says, I ended up putting my crazy retro project on my resume. I just decided to try to use it as a demonstration of best practices. Yeah, if you're passionate about it, then sure. It was a normal graduate. It was a normal graduate engineer role. Yeah, absolutely. Then, part of that. Okay, so past experience is a part of it, right? It's a part of the puzzle. The other part of that is, do you interview well? Can you go up in front of an interviewer, or maybe more than one, and confidently and calmly, articulately answer questions about yourself and who you are and the things that you have done? That's the part that a lot of people leave out when they're practicing. Is they'll think about, I need X, Y, and Z tech skills, but then they go up in front of an interviewer and they don't know how to talk. They don't know how to have a casual conversation or how to speak confidently about themselves. Uh, Folks will shoot themselves in the foot by constantly negating their own accomplishments. And by that, I mean, they'll be like, well, I built an application, but it wasn't very good. It's just a little thing. And no, no. What did you build? Why is it good? That kind of thing. Those are the types of mistakes I see people making. They don't interview well. So you got to practice that too. And I'm not saying that's you, Nasir. Absolutely not. I'm giving a general example of the types of things that I have seen, how people self sabotage. Should a junior dev not lay a finger? How did you respond to that question? Did you say that? Did you say, I'm surprised that a junior developer would be interacting with a production environment? Yeah, and as Owen says, like stuff like SSO, like a question, that's why they ask that question to you. That question about single sign on, that's, as Owen said, that's everywhere now. Single sign-on is the thing. um, and so, yeah, that's why they asked it. So that's part of what I was saying, is you got to figure out, why did they ask that question. In this case, they asked it because it's pertinent to the work you're going to be doing, so you should know how to answer it. Thank you for the follow on this, too.
Nasir 2K93 just
I
followed.
like to approach the interviewer from the side where their peripheral vision is weak and I can be sneaky. Nice. Owen says, I had on site interviews with Google and Amazon. I didn't get either gig. I don't think it's because I interviewed badly. I don't think it is either. Um, so here's the way to look at it, is that for roles like that, for roles like Google, for roles like Amazon, there's a crap ton of competition. You can only do so much in that interview to get over that hill and get in front of the competition. There's a It's like winning the lottery. There's a large chance that you aren't going to be able to, and it might be for reasons that are entirely out of your control. Like maybe the interviewer was, I don't know, maybe they had food poisoning that day and they just were feeling crummy, and so they got a bad impression of you just because they were feeling sick, right? There's only so much you can do. However, you can increase your odds if you are a good if you are good at interviewing. You can increase your odds. Nothing is a silver bullet. Nothing is going to say, the 100% always works way to get a job the first time. That's bull. Um, all you can do is tip the scales a little bit more in your favor if you have a good social media presence, if you interview well. Is it always going to work? No, absolutely not. But you can make it work more sometimes. I call that number and I think the restaurant is closed. Welcome to the stream, Genesis. Dr. Moto says, I'm interviewing techs in chemistry right now, and the biggest mistake I've been seeing is rambling. Yeah, brevity is nice. They're gonna if you're brief and concise without being terse, whoops, they'll remember more of what you said. My brain short circuited when I got asked the question about production. That's okay. It happens. Nasir says, "Ooh, Junicious, thank you for the sub. Wow,
Junicus just subscribed.
Junicus. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it." Nasir says, "There are a lot of competition to land your first client as a freelance web developer now more than ever." I wouldn't say so. Um, I think it's like more and more businesses are realizing that the best way to get more customers is to have a website. Most of them don't know how to do that. So, for example, my biggest client just had zero clue how to build a website, and so they had me build it using like just one of those out of the box website builder tools. Like they could have probably done that themselves, but they just didn't want to devote the time. Like it was all just drag and drop. There wasn't even any coding. They didn't want to do that. They didn't want to spend the time doing the drag and drop and figuring out the interface and the pages and all that. They just didn't want to, so they hired me to do it. And I was like, all right, cool, you want to pay me for this? I am down for it. So I think that the as the internet is becoming more available, especially high speed internet, more and more small businesses want to get online. Dreamboto says, hi, 5 hour stream. Yeah, so I'm going a little longer today just because I am not, I already know I won't be streaming next weekend. I'm actually going to see a musical. I'm very excited about it. Yeah, I'm going to get to go see Hamilton. Junicus, thank you for the follow.
Junicus just followed.
Yeah, I'm going to go see Hamilton. So next weekend, I'm pretty stoked. Yeah, first time seeing it. Carrot says, do you think answering a question I don't know by saying I don't understand, but would research and ask for help if I am still confused? I mean, yeah, you could. There's what do you have to lose, right? If you don't know the answer, you could just say, well, here are some resources that I would use to figure out that answer. If it's a question on a specific framework and like where the documentation for that framework lives, you could say something like that. Well, I would go to the Bootstrap documentation to find that and look for that specific element or whatever. So you can spin it. You can spin it. I mean, what do you have to lose, right? What's the harm? Junka says, so is this just a simple template you're working on? Yeah, this one's just a static site. There is a little bit of code, a little bit of JavaScript in here that controls the behavior of these menu pages like this. Normally, I do build full stack projects on my stream. You can check out my YouTube archive at !YouTube. I've got a ton of really cool full stack stuff there. We do React, we do relational databases, we do non relational databases, APIs, all that good stuff. Um, but today was just a fun little static site because I wanted to practice styling. I'm a backend developer, and yeah, I don't do a lot of styling as a backend dev, like for my day job. So I was just complaining to myself, well, on stream actually last time, about how I suck at styling, and I kind of stopped myself over the week, and I was like, wait a second. If I am saying that I suck at something, why am I not practicing it? Like, why would I say I suck at something and then not practice it? That is not good. I should practice and I should get better at it and understand it more, and then I will get better at it. I mentioned at the start of the stream, one of my favorite quotes is from Jake the dog from Adventure Time. And he said, dude, sucking at something is the first step at being kind of good at something. And that is like, I think that's my favorite quote. Sucking at something is the first step to being kind of good at something. And that holds true for everything. Owen says, I went contract for a while after I didn't make probation with an employer. Yeah, contract work can be good, lucrative, harder than regular work, but still can be lucrative if you're good at it. Don't vape in the theater. I promise I won't. Dr. Moto says you haven't seen the Disney. Oh, I have. Yeah, yeah, I have Disney Plus. I've seen it a bajillion times. I know all the songs from Hamilton. I mean, but I've never seen it live. So that's going to be the fun part. Yeah, yeah. I avoided it. I avoided watching Hamilton because I was like, history musical. Like, ugh, that sounds so boring. I don't want to. And then I finally watched it and I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. Carrot says, do you have kitties? May I see if you do? So I normally have foster kittens that I foster for the Humane Society. Mutiny Cat, thank you for the follow. Um,
Mutiny Cat just
I
followed.
don't have any right now. However, if you look at my channel point rewards, there is a reward there to name a foster kitten. So when I get my next litter, I know Drunk Uncle Grandma, one of my regular viewers, is slated to name one, but I normally get like litters of multiples. So there's also the opportunity to name more of them as well. Oh, thank you, Ellen Media. That's lovely. Junica says, I'm actually going to start a personal project, rewriting it after running it production and fixing and improving. Yeah, refactoring code can be really educational too. Dr. Moto says, I met John DiMaggio. He's a nice guy. Okay. Nasir says, good website, great job. Thank you. Like I say, I'm improving. I'm getting better at styling. I'm trying to follow my own rules. A website should be first and foremost usable, readable, and accessible. And I think this website meets most of those criteria. Junica says, what do you write backends in? Guessing Node. Yeah, Node Express. Yep, primarily. And then as far as databases go, like I said, my day job is SQL dev, but for most of my full stack projects here on stream, I don't use SQL. I use MongoDB. So document based databases, and that's more for just if I'm doing the stuff on stream and people are coding along with me. It's easier if it's done in JavaScript, which they already know, so they don't have to learn SQL on the fly. I have not seen the Hamilton Polka. I'll have to check that out. The room where it happens. Oh yeah, it's such a good song. I personally really like the song that his wife sings, "Burn." That one's the one that gets stuck in my head. Oh, John. Wait, is it John DiMaggio? Yeah, it is John DiMaggio. Yeah, Jake the dog. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sorry, I forgot about the Jake thing. I had to bring it back. Fake it. Oh, fake teeth. Yeah. Thank you so much. I'm glad this was helpful for you. Hope to see you back here again sometime. Um, I'm glad that we made Bootstrap a little bit more transparent for you. Uh, yeah, tons of other stuff on my YouTube channel if you want to learn more things and hopefully in an accessible way. Yeah, thank you so much for coming in today, Fake Teeth. Edward Taban says, "Could you tell about starting freelance as a beginner?" Yeah, it took a long time to get my first client, um, and it ended up being like a friend of like a relative, like because so I had that like connection to them. That's how I got that first client. Um, you know, because there has to be a certain level of trust, right? If you can say, like, if a family member could say, "Yeah, I know them; that they can do this," then you know that helps a lot. So going through family helped. I think I've heard that a lot from people going through family, getting clients that way. Um, yeah, I mean that was really it. I protected myself by having a strong contract and really reviewing that contract with the client. Um, and you know making sure that like they were comfortable with what they were paying me and I was comfortable with what I was getting paid. The temptation is to undersell yourself uh, and to like try to undercut like all those you know people on like Upwork or whatever who are charging like $50 for a website. Yeah, don't do that, because if you do that you're going to get the type of clients that only want to pay $50 for a website and they're not going to be good clients. So don't undersell yourself, know your own worth. And if you can, try to make connections through friends or family to get clients that way, since you don't really have a reputation. Carrot says, I'm unemployed and the job search has been brutal. The reason I'm still pushing and motivated is because I want a cat and blow my checks on it. Hey, that's a good motivation. I'm wearing a shirt for a cat cafe right now. Oh, you're changing your stack. That's cool. Owen says, I love musicals, but the recent Strange New World ones didn't do too much for me. Repeat all. Oh my goodness. For an I in range 3 subscribe. Oh.
Rubeetle just subscribed for 3 months. For I in range 3, subscribe.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For I in range 3 subscribe. Let's see. I love musicals. Recent Strange New Worlds one didn't do too much for me, except for the Klingon K-pop. So it didn't do too much for me at first. I agree with you. I was like, not a great musical. But then I watched it again. And then I started getting the songs in my head, like I'm the X, the one that Spock sings. I'm the X got stuck in my head. And like Nurse Chapel's song and like the intro song. And then I had to watch it like 5 more times. So yeah, it didn't hit me. First time I watched it, I was like, nope, don't like it. And then I watched it again, and then it got in my head. Oh, and Uhura's song was so good. So yeah, it grew on me definitely. Bulini says, "Did this project consist of a separate backend for APIs?" Not this one, no. This is a static site. It doesn't have a backend. It's it just is what it says on the tin. There's nothing else to it. If you want to learn how to build full stack projects, that is actually mostly what I do on my stream. This is kind of unusual, just doing a static site like this. So you can check out my YouTube archive, exclamation point YouTube, and you can build a stack with React, you can build a full stack with React, you can build a full stack with MongoDB with SQL backend. I pretty much got a bunch of different combinations for you to learn from. My motivation is Pokemon plushies. Hey, whatever floats your boat. DT Code says freelancing, but you have a contract. Yes, yeah. You should not be freelancing for people if you do not have a contract with those clients. Don't just go in for a handshake agreement with somebody and to build a site for them. That's a bad idea. For a freelancer, the most important part of it is the contract. Both sides need to have a signed written agreement about what is being delivered and what is being asked for. Absolutely. Nasir says, what is the usual price clients work for with a static web? What about non-static? It depends on the area. Where are you at? What type of site are you building for them? I would do the research for what other freelancers are charging in your area. Talk to them if you can. It just depends on what depends on what country you're in, what part of the country you're in, that kind of thing. I can't give you a number. Yeah. Someone said, my brother got sued doing freelance work without a contract. Don't do it. Absolutely. Do not do freelance with do not never freelance under the table or with a handshake agreement. Get a contract. Be safe. Yeah, you could absolutely add a backend to this, especially like for the form data. You could, save that in a database. You could set up a mailer. Yeah, there's a ton you could do with this. The menu items, I think would be really like these. This menu would be really well served by like having some kind of like maybe an admin interface where you can edit things like prices, and then also using maybe something more flexible like React, or even at minimum EJS, to like dynamically generate these items. Right now, these are all hard coded. So if you look at the code on my GitHub, these items are all hard coded. Um, but this site would probably be better served by dynamically generating the items, allowing for price changes, you know, adding things, removing things more easily. So yeah, this absolutely has a ton of potential. But the thing to remember is that it does work perfectly fine like this. You don't have to upgrade it. However, you could if you wanted to or needed to. Right tool for the job, right? Sure, you could have multi-tenant architecture for different clients, location, that kind of thing.
I am Therial Carrot just followed.
Carrot, thank you for the follow. Yep. The a lot of the so if you look back at my archive, like on YouTube, a lot of the projects that I do on stream are not like finished projects. A lot of them are templates or they are jumping off points. Sometimes we'll build out a really complex back end architecture and a really bare bones front end because the goal is that you take that and you do more with it, right? We build out a really heavy API or heavy backend and just a like a barely functional front end because the goal is that you take it and you build off of that and you make it personal, you make it your own, you add features and that kind of thing. So that's how most of the projects on my stream spin out on purpose because I want you to do that. Blue says, what would be the price range for creating a static website for a small restaurant like this one? No, I don't know. Depends on how long it's going to take you. Um, I'd say at least $500, but again, that has to do with location, has to do with worth, reputation, that kind of thing. But I was even hesitant to say that number because you know your worth and how much you're able to negotiate for. It should be a conversation between you and the client. Contracts aren't worth drafting up, but if someone screws you over, just don't maintain it. I don't agree. No, absolutely not. You should always have a contract. It protects you and the client. Rubeetle, yeah, sometimes you just got to power through it until you get to the point where you're trying to get to. Yeah. Hopefully you can move on to something better very soon. Backend API receives Uber Eats orders through a webhook and then forwards it to multiple tenants to inject them into the point of sale. Oh, neat. Starter real world projects. Yeah, that's what they are. That's what a lot of the things that I do on stream, that's what they are. They're meant for real world applications. You just got to add a few more features and it could be something like sellable. DT Code, you can hit me up on Discord if you want. I'm Mine Wolf there too. Yeah, and Owen says so. In their case, their client claimed that the work wasn't done, and that's something that can happen, right? They always want more features. They say like they'll say, "Oh, but I asked for this," or "and you didn't do it," and they absolutely didn't, right? They'll lie. They will lie. And so with no contract, it was his word against my brother's. Massive legal fees to make it go away. he was left hugely out of pocket. Yeah, I need to sneeze. Excuse me. Nasir says, "Is it really possible to live off freelancing?" Yeah, uh, I'm not cut out for it. Uh, it requires a certain grind set or mindset. I don't have that. I need regular employment, regular paycheck. But some people are really good at it. Some people have that grind and that ability to, always be selling. And I'm not that person. Thank you. Yeah, you're doing an annual performance review every week. Yeah, you are beholden to your clients when you're freelancing. Absolutely. Uh, Freelance is scary. It's not for everybody. I like consistency. Yeah, me too. Okay. Thanks, DD. Yep. You set up clear deliverables. You also, and the most important part is a contract sets up when the project is done. Because clients will keep saying, well, I heard about this thing. I want you to put it on there too. I heard about, ooh, I want you to, put on this new, I want you to switch to this new framework because that's the new thing. And yeah, don't, they'll keep you going forever. Derpsauce says, any resources for boilerplate freelance contracts? Welcome to the stream, by the way. Yes. Uh, there is a contract that I actually used to build my contract. Uh, it's called, I'll see if I can find it. Hang on. It is a contract. It's a contract that's made for the UK. So be aware of that. However, you can modify it to fit things like US spellings and words. So and it's built. It's made for developers and contractors. There you go. So there it is. Once again, it's built for the UK, but you can modify it to use American phrasing and spelling. Yeah, and if you're in the UK, then there you go. You're set. I think in mine, the main parts I modified was, obviously changing it to American phrasing, um, also adding specifics to like the work I was doing. So like, what are the, what were they requesting specifically? I put that in there, that kind of thing. Just making it more specific to my project. Yeah. And obviously you're never going to be like 100% protected without a lawyer. I don't think you need one though. Most of the times my clients just felt better when there was a contract, and so any disputes could be just be like, well, look, here's the line in the contract where you said XYZ. Here's what I've agreed to give you, and then they're just like, okay, yeah, I forgot about that, or or yeah, that makes sense. So it's you got to do what you got to do to to make both you and the client feel better. Yeah. Okay, I think we're about ready to wrap up here. um However, I do have one last request for the folks that are still hanging around. We were talking about like interviewing and that kind of thing, and the job market and getting hired and work and all that stuff quite a bit, right? So I would love it if you could all go and follow one of my fellow streamers. Hello, it's Rufio. I'll give them a shout out. They were recently affected. Shout out. Hello, it's Rufio. They're a fantastic streamer, a fantastic developer. They were recently affected by like the big layoffs that are going around. So show them some love.
James24 just followed.
JLu, thank you so much for the follow. They're a pretty great person. Um, so give them a follow, give them some love. Uh, yeah, yeah. And if you have any connections, Rufio is, like I say, they're a fantastic human. Uh, yeah, they're super motivated. They're and the layoffs were not through any fault of their own. It was just one of those general departmental downsizing things. So they're a super capable developer, and they need and deserve a good position to show off their skills. So yeah, absolutely, hit them up. Alrighty. Any last questions before we wrap up today? I really enjoyed these conversations. I always do. And I had a lot of fun practicing styling today with you all. Once again, hit me up on GitHub. Hit me up on Twitter, social media, whatever. Um, yeah, no worries. Also, once again, exclamation point YouTube for my YouTube archive. Uh, Everything web development is on my YouTube channel. So anything you want to learn about web dev, I can at least get you started. Start fleshing out your portfolio a little bit. Any new foster kittens? No. I've been traveling a lot this month, so I'm taking a break until October. So yeah, maybe in October I'll have some more. No worries, Nasir. Good to meet all you folks, all you new folks that popped in from the raid. Great to meet you all. Lovely conversations as always. Let's find somebody to raid and spread some love, as we always do. If you have any suggestions on a good raid target, preferably somebody in the software and game dev space. We like to, the software and game dev space is pretty small here on Twitch, so we like to share the loves, pass people around back and forth, just like Purple Elf did for me. Once again, thank you, Purple Elf, so much for the raid. Oh, Evgenie, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Welcome to the stream. All right, raid. I'm getting it pulled up. Give me a sec. Boop, 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 boop. All right, we got a couple choices, not a lot though. Uh, no worries, Covered Dopamine. Good to see you as always. Um, so I've got a few folks online, but not very many. Um, Astara. Okay, who are they? What do they do? What do they focus on? We'll look them up. The Astar. Oops, Astar. I can spell it. Ah, there we go. Oh, software game dev. Okay. What are they up to? Ooh, they look like they're building something. All right, let's do it. Let's hit it. All right, gonna go raid the Astara, see what they're working on. Yeah, have a great week, guys. Reminder: I am not streaming next weekend. I'm gonna be rocking it out at Hamilton. So yeah, have a great next couple of weeks, and I will see you again in 2 weeks, and we'll build something else cool and fun together. All right, I will see you all again soon. Bye bye. Raid is starting now. Alrighty, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Rating now.